never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers across the country continue to call for transparency regarding the Jeffrey Epstein files.
It has the force of law. It's not a subpoena. It's not a pretty please, would you release the files? It's the force of law.
In an interview with ABC's This Week, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says it's time for these files to come to the light.
I think at this point, though, what the American people desperately need is for all of the evidence of the files to come out so they can decide for themselves.
The California Democrat was joined by Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky in co-sponsoring a bill that would force a House vote to release the Epstein files. Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the decision to not lower interest rates. Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's, again, too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell, taking a closer look at a major restoration of the building. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today. That's an international problem.
The president made those comments while addressing the media today ahead of trade talks with the EU chief in Scotland. Israel Defense Forces announced today they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. The decision comes amid growing international outrage over widespread starvation on the Gaza Strip. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Construction is underway on a new planetarium at the University of Alaska's Fairbanks campus.
Ground clearing began in May for the $9.1 million project. The 5,700-square-foot planetarium will have a 65-seat dome theater with 2 projectors and surround sound audio. That facility is expected to open next spring. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Nearly a dozen people were hurt after a weekend stabbing rampage at a Walmart in Michigan.
Grand Traverse County Sheriff Michael Shea said the attack happened Saturday when a man with a folding knife started stabbing people near the store's checkout area. Maya Eaglin has more.
Officials say the injuries range in severity. Police say a suspect is in custody.
Sheriff Shea says they still don't have a motive for the attack. I'm Lisa Taylor.
She's been in Mount Sinai Morningside Hospital for over 3 months, and no one knows who she is.
Hospital officials say the woman, apparently in her late 50s, was found in April on a bench at a bus stop. The hospital said she dresses in black and typically hides her face. The hospital has posted a photo of the woman, hoping someone will recognize her. I'm Larry Kofsky.
The woman seen cuddling with her company CEO on a viral kiss cam at a Coldplay concert has resigned.
Kristen Cabot stepped down from her job as Chief People Officer at Astronomer, a data management startup. The man she was with, CEO Andy Byron, resigned days ago. Both are married to other people. The company is now led by interim CEO Pete DeJoy, while a new leader is found. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Alrighty then, cue the microphone. What do you say? Shall we close out the weekend? All right. Well, reluctantly, I guess we have no choice. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, closing out that last weekend in the month of July. That's right, next weekend. First weekend for August of 2025. So first things first, hope you had a good weekend. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Thanks to Josh Malloy for kicking things off for us here on a Monday morning. Saw he posted here just a few hours ago. Finally going to get some rest. 9 shows in 10 days. He's been on a roll. So back home with the wife and kids, probably for a few short days, but summertime. Lots of concerts, indoors, outdoors, all around the country. All right, we did get a little bit of rain over the weekend. Woke up to some rumbles of thunder Saturday night about 11 p.m. Yeah, I heard a few rumbles of thunder through the past afternoon as well. Tonight, the focal point for the most organized area of showers, thunderstorms, things that'll slow your commute down. A line of storms stretching from eastern South Dakota through southern Minnesota, moving into west central and northwestern portions of Wisconsin tonight. Some of those cells have been prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail in most cases. We'll kick off our traveler's weather for the new week, which does spell out daily rounds of showers and thunderstorms, and the risk for some strong winds and flash flooding from portions of the plains to the Midwest, as well as parts of the Northeast. You got the combination of all that heat that's hanging on over the south central states and ample amounts of moisture to spark some stronger thunderstorms through early this week on the northern fringes of the heat dome. The first of 2 zones of severe weather that we'll be watching through Sunday evening, focusing from portions of the Ohio Valley, which there's not much remaining there. As I mentioned, we woke up to some rumbles of thunders throughout the past evening a couple times, but still some lingering spotty showers over eastern portions of Kentucky tonight. A cold front that's moving across parts of the Dakotas in Minnesota, where there's much more activity, interacting with plenty of moisture and warm air ahead of it, producing some stronger storms. Conditions conducive for damaging winds, especially across Minnesota and portions of northern Wisconsin. Thunderstorms are expected to congeal into that line of thunderstorms. Could see isolated cases of winds approaching 80, 90 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather. Other hazards would include some hail and isolated tornadoes. We have not seen any tornado-warned cells in that region, but the severe thunderstorm watches remain in effect. All right, what do we see? Damaging winds. Winds of this magnitude could lead to some pretty significant crop and structural damage. Flash flooding, large hail, isolated tornadoes will be possible. This complex of thunderstorms may actually continue into Tuesday morning, which would impact the morning commutes maybe from Chicago to Milwaukee and southward to Indianapolis. Enough instability may be present across the Midwest on Tuesday morning for any complex of thunderstorms to maintain their intensity, yet through the overnight hours, continuing the risk for damaging winds and flash flooding. Essentially, the daily risk for severe thunderstorms across the plains and Midwest continues Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday night, stretching from Wyoming to portions of western Wisconsin, Illinois, as that front continues to move southward. Localized damaging wind gusts, flooding, downpours, and hail will yet again be a concern in any thunderstorms during the afternoon. Looking ahead to Wednesday, that front continues to move south. And by the way, this front is going to be bringing some much cooler temperatures to the region there in the north central USA. Severe thunderstorms could occur across a large expanse stretching from Montana through Missouri as well as further east across the Ohio Valley and on over into the New England area. A pretty extensive area of showers and thunderstorms there as we look toward midweek. But it's this push of cool air that's going to bring a break from the heat in the Northeast, which that has already begun in parts of the Northeast. The cooling effects will shift further to the south in the Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic. The boundary of cool air could actually make it humid in some cases, but this is going to be the core of the extreme heat is going to be settling this week over the southeastern states, kind of shifting from the south central to the southeast. In the northeast, you're going to be in that regime where the warm, hot, humid conditions will make way for some cooler temperatures as that core of heat shifts westward to the plains and Rockies. Cooler air from central Canada will have an easy time moving southward to the Great Lakes and especially into the northeastern states. With a big cool push later this week, places like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh should experience temperatures slashed by as much as 20 degrees. Areas in northern New England and upstate New York may have some overnight lows dipping into the 40s or even upper 30s. The end result would be at least a few days when temperatures hover several degrees below average for late July into early August. High temperatures, upper 70s, lower 80s in northern New England, still about 90 near the Chesapeake Bay. But you will notice the humidity levels being slashed significantly across New England and the mid-Atlantic. All right, 844-844-3388 as we kick off a brand new week. Hello, Philly Dan. Yes, it's that time again. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Marianne in the house, there's the high pressure pumping, ready to roll here. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Well, hanging on at 84 degrees at the New York, New Jersey state line tonight. Yeah, so the warm air still in place there. We're a good 10 degrees lower than you are, 74 degrees outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio, where Pappy checks in. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Here we go. Deep in the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Stiction eliminator. Power mic is on. It's showtime. Ready to roll. All right. Good morning from the Mile High City. Hello, Brett, where it's clear and 82 degrees. Had a good weekend. Did some hiking, did a barbecue. It's back to work for a couple nights. Then we're going to head down to Florida for a quick getaway. Hope everyone has a great start to their week here. Ready to roll. There's Jerry. Good morning. Hello, my friend. Steve sent you some videos of those people being attacked by the mobs in your town there. Yes, that's making some national attention. I saw that. Many saying they should be charged as a hate crime. It's actually an elderly white couple. Yeah, literally getting, I don't know, how many were involved in the mob? There were a dozen maybe involved. And, of course, bystanders, no one really seems to be trying to intervene. Both of them eventually were knocked unconscious. They had the big, what they used to be called the Cool Jazz Festival. Now it's just called the Cincinnati Music Festival that brings tens of thousands into the downtown area. And it has been no stranger to such violence over the years. They say this is unacceptable. Well, we need to make some arrests, right? Anyway, back to Jerry. Thank you, Hotshot Secret, for giving the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive the stage for us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every chance you get, and everyone be safe out there. All right, Jerry says, yeah, Steve, my sister Sheila from Denver, hooked on your show. She's going to get brave one of these days and call in. We've got 81 degrees in Fitzpatrick, Alabama tonight. Iron Duck checks in. Roll call. Truckers, the greatest day of the week. Checking in from Butte, Montana. Keep the rubber side down. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve. Back in the saddle once again. Had a great vacation riding the ponies, being with friends and family. It was a warm one, but we enjoyed it. We've got 83 degrees, Arlington, Tennessee. Headed into Memphis to get us a set, and we'll be headed out west once again. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here, kicking off the brand new week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello to Lauren Weiss, the 2-time world champion bull hauler, who says 81 degrees here at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Just sitting here recapping an epic weekend with my hot blonde wife. As always, we had a grand adventure doing this thing called Life Together. Hey, Steve, last Wednesday, I was part of history as my powerful chrome-plated crowd truck pulled a load of steer out of the Bassett, Nebraska sale barn. They were sold for the highest price per 100 weight in U.S. cattle history in the market, adding to the legend of the driver who is the 2-time world champion bull hauler. I never leave home for second place, just saying. Special shout out to Mr. Knucklebuster from the Maple Leaf City. Yeah, the highest price per 100 weight in cattle market history. And we're all kind of seeing that at the grocery store as well. For many Americans, the cost of ground beef beginning to weigh down on our shopping carts. Ground beef prices rose by 10.3% in the month of June compared to the same time last year, surpassing $6 per pound. Yeah, the price of steak up by 12.4% in that same time period. What's behind the soaring prices? According to this report, the cattle herd sizes are at a record low. Although the demand for ground beef products remains high in the U.S., the supply is facing a squeeze. Cattle herd sizes, the lowest they've been in almost 75 years, just under 87 million cattle and calves across the country at the start of this year, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. Economist Bert Nelson said that prices for feed steers, the cattle that's bred for slaughter, have reached record highs, encouraged farmers to sell their cattle for meat production rather than breeding. Of course, high cattle prices combined with the unpredictability of future prices and profitability could compel farmers to continue marketing a higher percentage of females for beef rather than breeding. And as farmers still struggle to make profit despite high prices, they may decide to sell off remaining cattle due to the slim margins. Even those record high prices, margins for cattle farmers and ranchers, they tell us, are razor thin thanks to continued elevated supply cost. One of the main high costs getting in the way of sustainable profit is the feed for the herds. And that kind of goes back to adverse weather conditions that we have seen. Of course, climate change is the culprit there, right? One of the main drivers has been the effects of climate change on beef production in the U.S., something that doesn't cause prices to rise overnight. So there's a considerable lag involved, they say. All right, if you couple what we've got, strong demand for beef, and there's been strong demand in particular for ground beef, because it's a very familiar product to the consumer, puts a lot of pressure on prices. All right. I know we're paying more for those summertime grill outs, that is for sure. What day is it? What day is it?
It's the greatest day of the week.
I kind of knew that was coming. Happy Monday.
You knew that was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Monday. So, Tampa Bay set a record today. Did you hear about that?
Oh, what was that?
We officially hit 100 degrees for the first time ever.
Really?
Since they've been keeping record in 1890. It was officially 100 degrees at 3:30 at Tampa Bay Airport.
Now, I would have thought Tampa.
The heat industry was 115.
I would have thought they hit 100 all the time in Florida. That's uncommon?
No.
Wow.
No, first time ever. But the heat industry was like 115 at 11:30 this morning for that. So.
Wow.
But yeah, that was a record-setting day. It's been pretty hot. Hotter than Satan's beehole.
Oh boy, we definitely had a humid weekend here, but it doesn't seem too extreme. 74 at this hour, not a bad night.
It was 83 degrees at I-10 and I-75 when I went by there right now. So all I did was a bunch of surfing this weekend. Couch surfing, that is.
Oh, I was going to say, okay. The lazy
Yeah,
kind.
I'm a pretty good couch surfer. But, yeah, that's... And then I guess you saw the NASCAR race.
Yeah.
Or heard about it.
I heard about it, yeah. Name you. It's been over 100 races since that guy's been in victory lane. How did that happen?
I don't know. But he's also the first black guy to win a race at Indianapolis.
Okay.
Motor Speedway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe they was chasing him with a rebel flag or something. I don't know.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, I liked him, until he started playing all the race stuff, and now it just seems like he's gone overboard to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What do I know? So what do you think is going to happen with all this Obama and Epstein and all of that? Because I don't see nothing happening.
All I know is there's
all
a lot more supposed confirmation and information. CIA director this past day said he's going to declassify what had been to date a classified section, the annex of the Durham report. I don't know where it's all going to go, but they're actually talking about charges. He also said that the statute of limitations is not run out, even though some of these things happened nearly 10 years ago. He said when it comes to when it's a conspiracy, the statute of limitations doesn't begin until the conspiracy has ended. And he said right now, the conspiracy is ongoing. So I don't know where it's going to go.
Because I just don't have any high confidence that anything will be done. I mean, the laptop, the drugs being brought into the White House, the big guy, I just don't have any high confidence of anything being done from the Republicans. I just don't see it.
I don't blame you one bit, but we got to pause there real quick, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer, David Oscar Marcus, says she answered questions from the Justice Department about a lot of people linked to her former accomplice, Jeffrey Epstein.
She was asked maybe about 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody.
Marcus added this was the first opportunity she's ever been given to answer questions about what happened. The U.S. Department of Agriculture plans to close 3 buildings in Washington.
The move is part of a reorganization to cut costs. The agency will shift focus to 5 hub locations. Services are expected to continue without interruption during the transition. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The threat of rabies rises in the U.S.
Officials declared a public health threat after 25 cases were confirmed on Long Island, New York. Officials are warning people to stay safe and protect themselves and their pets from the deadly disease. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Captain Rod said, I did a quick search, and lo and behold, I would have never guessed. They've never seen an actual air temperature of 100 degrees in Tampa. That all changed on Sunday. Well, they hit 100 degrees at the airport, which is the official reporting site. At 3:30 p.m., observation at the Tampa weather station showed a high of 100 for the first time ever. Now, they say the reason Tampa's never actually seen an air temperature of 100 is attributed to a combination of factors. Number one being the proximity to the water. The cooling effect of the air as it blows in off the bay spreads humidity. As a result, the moisture present makes the air much harder to heat than dry air. Plus, you have frequent thunderstorms overhead that play a hand in cooling down the area during the afternoons. But we can officially say Tampa has never hit the century mark until now. Okay, how about that? The other question we left off there, Captain Rod had asked about where is this, this deep state thing going? Deputy Director Dan Bongino over the weekend had some interesting things to say, revealing that there is a deep state investigation going on behind the scenes. Referring to the weaponization of intelligence operations, he said what he has seen has shocked him to the core, as he put it. He posted on X, "I'll never be the same after learning what I have learned." Now, let me see. They've got the full statement here. "During my tenure here as the Deputy Director of the FBI, I have repeatedly relayed to you that things are happening that might not be immediately visible, but they are happening. The director and I are committed to stamping out public corruption and the political weaponization of both law enforcement and intelligence operations. It's a priority for us, but what we have learned in the course of our properly predicted and necessary investigations into these aforementioned matters has shocked me to the core. We cannot run a republic like this. I will never be the same after learning what I have learned. We are going to conduct these righteous, proper investigations by the book and in accordance with the law. We're going to get the answers we all deserve. As with any investigation, I cannot predict where it will land, but I can promise you an honest, dignified effort at truth. Not my truths or your truth, but the truth. God bless America and all those who defend her. Respectfully, Dan Bongino. All right, so we all know Tulsi drops the bomb on the deep state after she declassified a presidential briefing from back in December of 2016, where the then President Barack Obama knew the Russia collusion was all a hoax, but he was personally involved in manufacturing and politicizing the intelligence to create that collusion narrative. The declassified report alleges that John Brennan, together with Obama-era officials like James Clapper, James Comey, directed the creation of the misleading intelligence community assessment. Recent declassifications just this month under Tulsi Gabbard include a HPSCI oversight report and DNI press releases on the Obama-era actions. These build on prior materials focusing on the ICA's creation. Some of the HPSCI report findings on Brennan. Brennan ordered the ICA's publication despite other veteran CIA officers warning it was substandard and relied on dubious sources, including the Steele dossier. Brennan overruled all objections, saying of the dossier, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? The ICA claimed that Putin aspired to help Trump's election by discrediting Clinton, but excluded intelligence contradicting this. AKA reports that Putin was neutral or actually prepared for a Clinton win. Only a scant, unclear, unverifiable fragment support that claim. Brennan directed the inclusion of substandard reporting on December 9 of 2016 after an Obama Oval Office meeting, ignoring standards because it was a presidential directive. The report accuses Brennan of misleading lawmakers by denying dossier use in the ICA, although it was referenced in the text and the annex. Then they've got the DNI revelations, several different segments of that, and supposedly more to come in the coming days and weeks. I know so many are saying, I've had enough of it. Nothing's going to happen. I don't know. That's just keeping you up to speed. That's the latest I can share with you there, Ron.
Well, I appreciate it. I hit the wrong button on the headset and hung up, but I thought early on in that race today that Bubba was going to be one of the top contenders. His car looked really good, and I don't know. I've always hasn't Michael Jordan always been like a into NASCAR pretty heavy. I'm glad that they got the win for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what's going on with all of that. What do they call it? The
whole the 2311 thing. The lawsuits and all that.
I don't understand all the lawsuits and all that. Brain Dead can maybe fill us in on some of it, but seems like to me Denny Hamlin would be more for his own ownership cars than he would driving for Joe Gibbs. but he's doing a good job for Joe Gibbs. You know, I just thought, if I was in that position, I think I would be more, my emotions and stuff would be in my own cars than
the teams
somebody
you own.
else's
Yeah.
cars.
Well,
but,
he did say
the teams I own.
He was thrilled about the victory yesterday. I do know that, obviously, but
right. I knew he was going to win sooner or later again anyway, but because he's been looking good for a while. I just don't like all the antics that he does.
Right. Yep.
But anyway, did you hear JR Motorsports? They've won 100 victories now in Xfinity. That seems unreal to me. Did you know that?
I was not aware. No, I'd have to pull up some of the numbers on that. That's incredible.
Junior Motorsports, I think they won over 100 victories in the Xfinity. I didn't think he'd been in there long enough for that, but maybe he has. And I think Brittany Force surpassed Shirley Muldowney's wins this weekend.
What did Brittany hit? It was 343 miles per hour and a couple. It was
341 or something.
She hit 340.
Fastest ever.
343 is what it was.
Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, fastest ever. And I think there's more there. I think there'll be more coming. You know, I know Eagle thought that they should slow him down, but I don't know. We saw what it did to NASCAR, and it sucks.
Well,
but
we're going to do restrictor plate NHRA.
Yeah, exactly. Let's all just go the same. But yeah, I don't have much else. Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster, and I appreciate you taking my call as always. I'll be listening on the app.
All right, good to have you on board here for the greatest day of the week. All right, hello to Bill checking in this morning via Facebook. Morning, Steve. All the listeners, 77 feels like 83 here at the home 20. Horicon, Wisconsin. Got the DOT physical in the morning so I can keep doing what I like to do. Had a great Sunday, went to church, hung out with the family, friends for a great German food buffet at a local supper club. All right, have a great night, have a great day. Drivers out there, be safe. Hello to our friend Jeffrey there in southern Florida, hot southern Florida. Buckeye Boy checking in from, where are we at tonight? Bloomington, Minnesota, 69 degrees, got some rain. Had some thunder, lightning, just hanging out waiting to unload Thursday. It's been hot here. Sister just got to her house from visiting her daughter and family in Hawaii. Went to Oregon first to celebrate her 60th with a girlfriend for a week and then 2 weeks in Hawaii. We've been babysitting her dog, Sally. She was sure happy to see her mom. Sis is going to spend the night, then head over to our mom's about an hour away. Spend a few days there. All right. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Good morning from the lovely Dingbat here at the FedEx ramp tonight. Hot, humid, 85 degrees. Been a FedEx plane and sort center here in Memphis. Not a lot going off, but 5 more weeks until football season, which means Brain Dead and I will not love each other. LOL. I think we need to put him up for adoption rather than the dog house with no Wi-Fi until it cools down. All right. Hope everybody has a great night out there. Drive safe and be blessed. There's Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan for the best 5 hours on the radio. 75 with clear skies at this hour. Bulkhead here. Finishing my 34 at the Petro at the 369 in Knoxville, Tennessee. Good to have you with us. James is on board. Probably nothing happens to Obama due to immunity, but his cronies, Yeah, from everything I'm hearing, his cronies may very well be in trouble. Good morning from Philip in Florida. Good to have you with us. Kind of up early to start your new week there, aren't you? Hello, Sister Tina. Brent, you're doing a great job. Love y'all. Tina's working late tonight. Got the overnight shift, right? 844-844-3388 as we kick off a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky resin problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool.
Compressed air into the combustion where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. Cleans the turbo bearings, building
Mine at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, our two-time world champion bull hauler sends me the rest of the story. Of course, which he mentioned he played a role in hauling these steer. Let's see. 2 Nebraska sale barns etching their names in the history books last Wednesday with record-breaking feeder cattle prices that sent shockwaves through the national livestock market. At Bassett Livestock Auction, the northern Nebraska barn posted the 5 highest 10-weight steer prices ever recorded in the United States, highlighted by 159 head at 1,038 pounds, selling for $318.25 per hundredweight. The barn also shattered the all-time national record for 9-weight steers, selling 180 head at 936 pounds for $336.75, I guess, CWT. The historic July 23rd sale pushed all 5 top spots for 10-weight steers onto Bassett's ledger. A strong signal of continued demand for heavyweight feeder cattle amid tight supplies and elevated corn prices. Meanwhile, Albion Livestock Market, located in east-central Nebraska, notched major milestones of its own that same day. That barn recorded the second and third highest 8-weight steer sales in U.S. history. A draft of 65 head at 828 pounds sold for $344.50 CWT. Yeah, Wednesday's sales come at a time when feeder cattle prices are surging Amid lower national herd numbers and strong feedlot interest, analysts say the records reflect both market volatility and premium paid for high-quality reputation cattle. These kind of sales don't just happen, according to one market observer. They are a combination of excellent genetics, precise management, and a red-hot market willing to pay for performance, as he put it. The back-to-back record days at Bassett and Albion are expected to influence pricing dynamics across the Midwest headed into late summer. In other words, prices not going to be dropping. Our ground beef not going to be dropping anytime soon. Is that what you're saying there, Lauren? Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. T. Sommers. Put me on hold there. I'm getting pulled in the chicken house down here in
boy.
Wildwood, Florida. So.
What a way to start the week. Yeah, I do know. Now, he was expected to get home for the weekend, and I guess he got the call there Friday morning. We got to load you. You got to go to Miami. So I guess he's been actually out on the road all weekend there. So somewhere, where did he say he was? Down in Wildwood, Florida? All right. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. We have all been talking about the heat dome. The heat dome, as a heat dome moves around over the country, it's going to soon find a home over the southeast for a period of time. Producing dangerous conditions for even longtime residents. In recent days, the heat dome was centered over the middle of the nation. Between Thursday and Friday, it extended, as we know, into the northeast. Into early week here, it's going to build over the southeastern U.S., resulting in actual high temperatures within a few degrees of 100, heat indices surpassing 110 for a time each day in many areas. As the heat dome begins to shift southward, more than 175 million people in the eastern states experiencing temperature reaching 100 or higher. Some of our southern cities there experienced triple-digit highs during this stretch include Charlotte, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Augusta, Georgia, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Birmingham, Alabama, and Atlanta will experience high temperatures well into the 90s between now every day, now through Thursday. Now, according to AccuWeather, the hottest day will likely be Tuesday, with Atlanta topping out near 100 and Birmingham very close to the century mark as well. Atlanta hasn't reached the century mark since last summer. It's been 2 years since Birmingham's actually seen an air temperature of 100 degrees. So the southeast is going to be a hot, humid place. Humidity levels with this heat dome will be actually above what is typical, making for the proverbial steam bath. Any breeze will be hard to come by except on the beaches or maybe the barrier islands of the Atlantic. When combined with the heat and the temperature of 5 to 10 degrees above historical average, it may be difficult for some folks to handle, especially young children, elderly, and those working manual labor jobs. No real relief during the overnight hours. Lows will only be in the upper 70s to near 80 in many of the larger cities. Where downpours do not drench in the evening hours, those downpours, while not widespread, can be quite heavy and trigger some flash flooding where they do occur. That's your typical, pop-up thunderstorms during the afternoon hours of summertime. Ultimately, a major pattern shift will bring some pretty significant relief from the heat by late in the week, they tell us. That cool down will be preceded by and accompanied with widespread rounds of thunderstorms producing some localized flash flooding. But highs are going to drop back into the 80s, and also a drop in some of the humidity levels. So it looks like the temperature trend in the southeast continues through the first 3 to 5 days of August. Of course, August 1, when is that? August 1, Friday of this week. Friday, August 1. Around the country, our number 844-844-3388. We'll check back with the Knuckle Buster, see if he's got things wrapped up there following the news break. And Eagle gets the new week started. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson hopes that Ghislaine Maxwell, a longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein, was truthful during questioning by the Justice Department. During an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson said her transparency could be truly beneficial.
If she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country, and we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
The convicted sex trafficker was granted limited immunity to allow her to answer questions about the late billionaire without the fear of information being used against her in a future case. Maxwell's lawyer said she answered every single question, including questions about 100 different people. Israel is pausing the fighting in Gaza so humanitarian aid can reach the Palestinians.
President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis there.
To do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. That's an international problem.
The president made the comment while addressing the media Sunday ahead of trade talks with the EU chief in Scotland. Israel Defense Forces announced they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. The decision comes amid growing international outrage over widespread starvation on the Gaza Strip. I'm Lisa Carton.
Tensions between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell are raising again over Powell's refusal to lower interest rates.
Trump toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell to look at the controversial $2.5 billion in renovations that Powell signed off on and used the occasion to talk interest rates.
We should have the lowest interest rate of any country, and we don't. So we want to get the rates down, but we also want to get the Fed building finished.
The two had an awkward exchange in front of reporters over a discrepancy in the amount of a new cost estimate. Trump wrapped up the visit with a more conciliatory tone, saying lowering interest rates is more important to him than the building costs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The Detroit Arriba Latinos Festival, scheduled for next month, has been postponed.
It hasn't yet been rescheduled, and people connected to it say ticket sales were low. Rowan Miners was looking forward to the event, but says people are scared Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents would show up and arrest them. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former New York Republican Congressman George Santos is now serving his 7-year prison sentence.
The Federal Bureau of Prisons confirmed Friday afternoon that Santos is in custody after turning himself in at the Federal Correctional Institution in Fairton, New Jersey. He pleaded guilty to federal wire theft and identity fraud and was also ordered to repay more than $370,000 to his victims. Santos weaved a tangled web of lies to get elected, including that he attended New York University, worked for investment banks, and that he is Jewish. An investigation revealed he scammed New York's unemployment system and elderly campaign donors out of $300,000. I'm Kristen Marks.
A Legionnaire's outbreak is in central Harlem.
The New York City Department of Health says 5 cases have been reported, but there are possibly several others awaiting test results. A warning has been issued for 4 Harlem zip codes. Water is being tested there to find the source. Health officials say Legionnaire's disease, which is a type of pneumonia, is transmitted by breathing in water vapor that contains Legionella bacteria. It is not transmitted person to person. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivered as an owner-operator. The big reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we show the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Get a new day underway. Close out the weekend. Welcome into a Monday. As we turn the page on the calendar, where are we at? 28th day of July. And we have closed out the final weekend for the month of July. Summer flying by. Kick things off, some industry headlines. This hour, hopes for a turnaround in the trucking industry were dashed in the month of June as the long-awaited rebalancing between freight demand and truck capacity remained stubbornly out of reach. Freight rates that couldn't seem to get any lower actually got lower. Operational costs got higher. The cost of diesel fuel, which has seen lower prices over last year, it was a bit of a bright spot for truckers, rising in June, and has continued to do so through July. Analysts claiming financial relief is on the horizon, but that horizon continues to get further away. According to the Cass Freight Index, reported a small decline in June from the month of May, but it was a 2.4% decline from June of last year. The index of expenditures, which is the total amount paid by clients for shipping, also declined. Expenditures dropped 1.2% in June, despite being 2.6% higher than June of last year. Tim DeNoyer, who's Vice President, Senior Analyst for ACT Research and writes for the Cass Report, said tariffs are the cause of much of the turmoil in the market. The effects of the tariffs are very uncertain. They'll be limited by the 75 to 80% of freight already made and consumed domestically, but the impacts on international trade have been and could continue to be significant. He pointed out that the threat of increased tariffs earlier this year resulted in increased imports as manufacturers and retailers increased inventories before tariffs were impacting them. Rather than ordering more product at higher tariff rates, many will choose now to rely on existing inventory for as long as possible. Now, we did have positive news over the weekend on the tariff front, a major announcement this past day. Of course, as we knew, the president was going to be in Scotland, but meeting with the European Union president, Ursula von der Leyen. They've struck a deal, a sweeping trade deal that imposes 15% tariffs on most European goods, warding off the threat of 30% if they didn't reach a deal by this Friday, August 1. The tariffs, import taxes paid when Americans buy European products, could raise prices for U.S. consumers and dent profits for European companies and their partners who bring goods into the country. But some of the things we know about the trade deal. Trump and von der Leyen's announcement made during Trump's visit to one of his golf courses in Scotland. It leaves a number of details to be filled in, but the headline figure is a 15% tariff on the vast majority of European goods brought into the U.S., including cars, computer chips, and pharmaceuticals. It's lower than the 20% initially proposed and lower than his threat of 50% and then 30%. Von der Leyen said the two sides agreed on zero tariffs on both sides for a range of strategic goods, aircraft and aircraft parts, certain chemicals, semiconductor equipment, certain agricultural products, and some natural resources and critical raw materials. She says we will keep working to add more products to that list. Additionally, the European Union side will purchase what Trump said was $750 billion worth of natural gas, oil, and nuclear fuel to replace Russian energy supplies, and Europeans would invest an additional $600 billion in the United States. Trump said the 50% tariff on imported steel will remain. Von der Leyen said the two sides agreed to further negotiations to fight a global steel glut, reduce tariffs, and establish import quotas. That is, set amounts that can be imported, often at a lower rate. Trump said pharmaceuticals were not included in the deal. Von der Leyen said pharmaceutical issues was on a separate sheet of paper from what was yesterday's deal. Where the $600 billion for additional investment would come from was not specified. Von der Leyen said when it came to farm products, the EU side made clear that there were tariffs that could not be lowered without specifying which products. There is more to the story, but the markets, overseas markets, well into a Monday, reacting fondly of that news. It could be another good day when the markets open here in the U.S. later this Monday morning. Meanwhile, all right, let's get back to Knucklebuster. Did we safely make it through the chicken coop?
Oh, absolutely. They just wanted to look at my pretty chicken lights I got on my truck there, Rick. So, I ain't got my 15,000 pounds on. I guess it's the hazmat that towed me in there. The rest of them didn't care. I got a load of PVC pipe, PVC fittings, and about 1,500 pounds of the glue. So I guess that's what triggered me in there. So, but I waved at them when I went on by that bypass lane there. So, well, let's get a simplified shout out to Truck and Fuel, Captain Ron, Mr. Steve Sommers, and a special shout out to Mr. Lauren Wheat doing that simplified hoorah. So we appreciate the shout out from him there. So I definitely had a short weekend there. I got in Friday, was gone again Saturday night, right on that 34. So, it's a long way from Memphis down here to Miami.
That is a long way.
But we had something unusual. Yeah, we had something unusual happen there as I was trying to leave. One of the guys that lives down in the cove down there, he come down there wanted to know if I had seen his daughter. I said, "Nah, I ain't seen her." Apparently, she had rounded the curve and then took off running, and they couldn't find her. Well, long story short, her mama finally got a hold of the police, and they had her ex-husband arrested up there at the convenience store about 2 miles away. He had come down there to the curb and coaxed his daughter into coming with her. He doesn't have custody, so he's facing child abduction charges now. Right? Real dumbass.
Right.
Yep. So anyway, well, I got my anniversary out of the way Saturday, 45 years. I had to go up to the post office again, time for a second letter saying Tennessee wasn't allowed to sell insurance no more. Twice, Steve.
That is insane. So she's deceased, and she's just so you have to clarify, she's not allowed to sell insurance anymore.
Right. That's what they said.
You can't make this stuff
the
up.
first one was a subsidiary of Allstate, and the second one was Allstate itself. So I'm like, come on, y'all have got to be kidding. You ain't got your act together. So, well, you still smoking?
I do, yes.
Well, save your cigarette butts because they're going to become money to you now. On Popular Science, there recycled cigarette butts can make roads more durable.
Okay.
I guess they mix it in with the with the asphalt. That was on Popular Science there, so I guess I guess you'll be able to sell your cigarette butts now and make some money back, right?
Okay. So I gotta get me a new recycling bucket for cigarette butts.
Right. Oh yeah, it's a recycled bucket for everything, right? Well, it's Cast Iron Cowboy. He's a traditional chef there. He said, throw away them old Teflon coated skillets and go back to cast iron. Get rid of your electric stove and get you a propane stove there. That way you can really learn how to cook there, right?
Right.
So that's the best way, you see it. Well, I tell you, I got 3 women lined up. I've got to carry out. I've already promised them to carry them out to dinner. So I don't know. My life's going to get real crazy here in a little while, right?
That'll be exciting.
Yeah. Well, one of them's a woman across the street. She brings my trash can back to the curb there on Tuesdays. So I promised her I'd carry her out to dinner. I told her I couldn't take it out and trade with her, so Tennessee told me to avoid that woman anyway. So, and then the other 2, one's a friend from church, and the other one's Tennessee's boss's daughter. So, but her boss and his wife are going to dinner with us too. So. That won't really be no official date, will it?
Right. No, I don't think it's.
Nah, it's just a friend and family thing there. So, all right. Well, I'm headed down here towards Mickey Mouse right now, and my phone said the road was closed earlier, but I ain't seen no road closed signs lately. So, I guess we'll make it to Mickey Mouse without getting detoured around there. So. All right, Cameron, I don't know where you're at, but you better gas on that thing if you're going to catch me, buddy. So I'm hammered down on it, getting it done. So, all right, have a good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. We'll call in later on. I still got a ways to go.
All right, rolling into a Monday. There you go. Safe travels, Knuckle Duster. And what would it turn into? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, according to the report From KTUU, authorities in Alaska had to remove 50 pounds of dynamite found in an old abandoned school bus. According to the Anchorage office of the FBI, Special Agent in Charge Rebecca Day said the property owner discovered the dynamite in the bus. The bus was parked on his property. He called law enforcement, which in turn contacted the FBI. State troopers and other agencies were involved in a 7-hour operation that shut the Richardson Highway periodically. Agents said the dynamite was at least 20 years old, and its location near the highway made it unsafe to try to detonate the explosives there. They assessed that the antiquated dynamite was not in a location that they wanted to do a controlled explosion. So they worked diligently as a team to remove the dynamite to a more appropriate location to dispose of in a safe and proper manner, which was a controlled burn. I said the dynamite was doused with chemicals to keep it from exploding while it was burned. The situation was also monitored by a bomb disposal robot. Did not provide information on how the explosives got on the bus or the intended use. They did add that the property owner cooperated and did the right thing to call the discovery in. The agent said it's not uncommon for people to find explosives on their property with no idea how they got there. Someone goes to clear out their parents' shed and they make a discovery. They never knew it was there. The best thing to do, she said, call law enforcement, which will assess the situation, but we're making sure the explosives are disposed of safely. Which kind of, those could be dangerous situations. Harken back to the 3 that were killed after removing just that sort of a scenario. It was hand grenades that turned out to be live, that they were trying to get to a safe location for proper disposal. I don't know. I saw some sort of a headline over the weekend where, one of those hand grenades may be unaccounted for. I'd have to dig up more on that story. But Eagle on a Monday. How was your weekend, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm out here on the road. I'm out here on the road right now. It's red hot where I'm at. I'm not going to disclose my location, but it's very, very hot where I'm at right now. Steve, tonight, man, my first call I'm going to talk about sports. I'm going to talk about auto racing and NASCAR and NHRA racing. But when I call you back later on tonight on my second call, I'm gonna raise some serious hell when I call back the second time. I want to talk about 2 things when I call back later on, and that's the situation with Donald Trump and this Maxine woman. I got some serious things to say about that, and then I want to talk about another thing that Donald Trump made last week about the homeless population in America, what he intends to do with these people. I got some serious hell to raise about both of those. But first of all, I want to talk about a great day of auto racing. And first of all, I want to give props because NHRA is my favorite sport before I get to NASCAR. I want to a second week in a row, unfortunately, Brittany Force, one of my favorite drivers besides her father, John. Unfortunately, she had 2 weekends where she set the national speed record. Last week she ran 3:41, and then this past weekend she ran 3:43, but came up short in both of those races. She didn't win on Sunday. She lost again today. the race. So, she still has the record, but she doesn't have no trophy. But 343 is serious. It's a serious speed. If they were running the same distance that they used to run, she would have been over 350, no problem. She would have ran over 350 miles an hour, no problem, if they wouldn't shorten the distance after what happened with Coletta when he ran into a concrete wall when his chutes didn't come out. 343, but I think that I don't know if she can get the 350 with this short of a track, but I think she might be able to get the 345, 346, but I don't think this 350 is possible because the track is not long enough. But like I said before, she's definitely the best out there right now in the top field. But like I say, she didn't get the trophy neither week in California, and then I think they was in Seattle the week before that. But it was some good action. Well, her teammate won. That's a good deal. Proc won. One of John Force's racers, so he took the funny car trophy. So they did come away with something. And he ran, and he set a record too for the funny car. And I think he ran 340 miles an hour in his car. So Force, they got something good going right now in the speed. Now, Steve, I want to talk about IndyCar. NASCAR was a hell of a day. Yeah, I might have to hold over because I got a lot to say about this. It was a hell of a day in the Indy race. I watched from the middle of the race to the end. I'm not happy that Toyota won.
And that's, of course, the Bubba Wallace win. Well, hold the thought there. We'll pick up there right after this. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson hopes that Ghislaine Maxwell, a longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein, was truthful during questioning by the Justice Department. During an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson said her transparency could be truly beneficial.
If she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country, and we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
The convicted sex trafficker was granted limited immunity to allow her to answer questions about the late billionaire without the fear of information being used against her in a future case.
I'm Lisa Carton.
Tensions between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell are raising again.
Trump toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell to look at the controversial $2.5 billion in renovations that Powell signed off on and used the occasion to talk interest rates. Trump wrapped up the visit with a more conciliatory tone, saying lowering interest rates is more important to him than the building costs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it on a Monday. Closing out the weekend. Kicking off the greatest day of the week. All right, we left off Eagle talking a bit about NASCAR. So I didn't get to see any of the race action. It sounds like Bubba must have had a good car from the beginning. Did he dominate the race? Or?
No, he didn't dominate. There was Joey Logano. He had a good car. He blew a tire when he was leading. Joey Logano looked like he might win the thing. He blew a tire, and he had to go in the pits, and he lost a lot of time. And Kyle Larson finished second. He always good at Indy, because he ran the Indianapolis 500, so he knows the track pretty good. He ran second to Bubba. So, no, it wasn't Bubba. He didn't really have the best car until the last few laps. He outran Kyle Larson they had a flag for an accident or something. They had to restart it. He, 2 or 3 lap restart. It was a hell of a race. Him and Larson gave him all, he gave Larson credit, because Larson probably is the best driver in NASCAR right now, besides Denny Hamlin and a couple of other people. But, Bubba Wallace said, he beat the best, so he felt good about his win. But he ran Bubba. He deserved to win. The guy, he's paid his dues. He's on the chalk line with Michael Jordan because Jordan got a lot of pressure on him because he wanted him to get in the victory lane. So that might keep his job for another year or two. Because if he wouldn't have got into the playoffs, there was a lot of rumors that he might be looking for another job. So this win in Indy definitely keeping him employed for another year or two with his current team. Bubba Wallace, he's a good driver. He's a good driver. He's gonna pay his due. But unfortunately, Steve, and it pisses me off that because there's no need for this in sports, and that's racism. I don't like racism. I don't tolerate racism, and I don't like racist people. But unfortunately, you got a lot of people out there on the internet that's saying a lot of bad stuff about Bubba Wallace, and simply because he's black. And it's just totally uncalled for. The man won the race fair and square. You got people saying that they think the race was rigged. They think that Kyle Larson let him win. They think that, there's no way you can rig a damn race like that when two guys are going wheel to wheel. Get a man respect. You may not like Bubba Wallace, but get a man respect. He won the race. It doesn't matter what color he is. When you behind the wheel of a car, black or white, all people are the same. And don't these idiots don't judge this man because he's a different color other than you. The man he's a hell of a driver, and he won the race. And that's hard for me to say because I don't like Toyota. I would have loved to see Chevrolet Kyle Larson win, but he didn't win. But I give credit where it's due. I don't care what color the man is to win a damn race. Now, we got some news coming up, Steve. We got some news coming up tomorrow, some breaking news. I didn't even know about this until right when your show came on. Some news about Deion Sanders. It's on the internet now. That Deion Sanders, he holding a news conference tomorrow morning, University of Colorado football coach, and they saying he might step down. He's got some kind of health problem. They say he has diabetes. He's had some of his toes amputated already, and they saying that he's got some serious health issues. I don't know what the hell's going on. It caught me by surprise too when I was waiting on hold to get on your show, and I just looking at the internet and I seeing that Deion Sanders is holding a press conference tomorrow, and most likely look like he's gonna step down. It's really a damn shame because he's done a hell of a job with the University of Colorado. He took them from winning one football game, 1-11, 1-12, whatever their record was, to a winning record in less than a year and a half, 2 years. He turned their whole program completely around. Colorado was the laughing stock of college football, and he turned that whole system around. So it's a shame. It'll be a shame if Deion Sanders has to move on tomorrow. It'll be a loss for Colorado and a loss for college football. But all I can say, I wish Deion Sanders the best health. God bless him and his family, and hopefully the man makes a recovery or whatever his health issue is. He can recover and get back on the coaching or whatever he decides to do. But that's some devastating news for Colorado if it's true. Now, let me get on with what I really wanted to talk about, Steve, since I got a little bit of time, and that's with what Donald Trump said last week about the homeless population in America. What he said he's going to do with these individuals. Now, first of all, nobody. I talked to my girlfriend about this, Steve, tonight. First of all, just because you're homeless, see this is what draws a lot of people to see these people and to see the plight. If you go out to California, Steve, I've talked to you about this before about Skid Row. You go to Philadelphia, you can go to New York, you can go anywhere, and you got whole areas of nothing but tents lined up down the damn street. Now, see, here's the problem. Just because you're homeless, Steve, doesn't mean that you have to live like an animal. The trash and the garbage and the filth. This is what people see. This is the eyesore that Donald Trump is talking about. Just because you're on the streets don't mean that you have to live like that. You can keep your environment clean. You don't have to throw your trash and garbage all over the ground where you stand. Have some pride about yourself. I know you're down and out on your luck and this and that, but people can do better than that, than what they're doing. And this is why people are disgusted. You as a truck driver, I drive around and you look up under these interstates as you drive, Steve, and you see people that are living. I was in a place today and it's hot as hell outside, and I don't see how anybody can live under a freeway underpass. I was at a red light and I looked under the bridge and there was people up under the bridge living in this tents, and it's 100 degrees outside. How anybody can live like that is amazing to me. It's sad that people have to live like that. But a lot of these people have mental problems. These people have mental issues. Nobody wants to be homeless. Nobody want to live on a damn cardboard box. Anybody who says that they do it, you're lying to yourself. You think that somebody wants to live on the streets of America. Nobody wants to live like that. Some of these people have mental issues, and these are the ones that need to be got off the street and put into a facility to get these people some help, and so they can maybe better their lives, and maybe one day they can get back into society and try to get a job. But here's the problem that I have, Steve. So here's the ultimatum that I would have if I was Donald Trump. See, you go to these people and you say, listen, we're gonna give you the opportunity to get a skill. We're gonna maybe try to teach you how to be a plumber, be a car mechanic, be a truck driver, whatever, to help you get off this street, help you get a job. Now, those people that want to have help, you can help them. But when somebody refuses help and they don't want help, then I can see taking people to institutionalize or whatever you want to do, the jail or whatever. Because at some point, some people can't be helped, Steve. You have to want to help yourself. That's the problem that we have in America. I told you this before. Whoever developed the welfare system in America was very not a very intelligent person, because all you did was get a whole bunch of people dependent on the government. There are actually people out there right now, Steve. You can look at videos where people are complaining. They're saying Donald Trump is getting rid of this deal, getting rid of food stamps and welfare and all this. Instead of saying to themselves, hey, I'm gonna go get me a job, brother. I don't want to be on Uncle Sam's payroll no more. I want to go out and get me a job, real job, so I can feel good about myself. But yet they're sitting on the internet complaining about having to no longer being able to get free food and welfare for the government. These are the type of people that I'm fed up with, because if you only people that should be on welfare, Steve, and on government assistance are the handicapped, people that can't work, the disabled, a military man, or somebody like that, kids or somebody like that. But a grown, healthy man like me, with two arms and two legs, you can go. If I can get up in the morning and go to work, you can do the same thing. And Donald Trump I have no problem with him eliminating the welfare system for people, well-bodied people that can go out and work. And like I said, these homeless people, deserve an opportunity to get a job. That's the only problem I have with what Donald Trump is saying. It's not going to do just to sweep these people off the street and put them in a jail cell. That's not helping the situation. If you want to help these people, you try to get them a skill to the way they can earn a living and take care of themselves and their family, and one day maybe they can have a normal life, live in a house, a home, or whatever, like everybody else. But they have to be given the opportunity, because I guarantee you, if you go to a skid row anywhere in America and talk to these people, I get 9 out of 10 of those people will tell you, hell no, I don't want to be sleeping in this cardboard box tonight, but I have no choice. So they got to give this man an opportunity to get off the street and better his life. and make this situation better, because we got plenty of jobs in America for these people to work. It's just a matter of getting the people to go to work and do the job, because the jobs are available now. Now that Donald Trump is escorting these other people out of the country, there are jobs available all over America. And if these people want to work, the jobs are there for the taking. So,
and a lot of it also is the drug addiction. Yeah, the likes of, you can go to your Philadelphia, right? Yeah, day after day, and if it's the open air drug market, and you'll see law enforcement officers standing on a corner, people over there actually right in front of law enforcement with their needles and shooting up, and it's a horrible situation. But what do you do? Many of those individuals need help, right? What the president said was endemic vagrancy. Many of this disorderly behavior, sudden confrontations, violent attacks have made many of our cities unsafe, shifting homeless individuals into longer-term institutional settings for, as he said, humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will help restore some public order. Surrendering our cities to disorder and fear is not compassionate to the homeless or the citizens. We're going to take a new approach, as he put it. The new directive, he signed this executive order last Thursday, directly addressing these issues. We're going to open, call them insane asylums. Many of these people with mental disorders need help and need to be off the street. This will allow federal agencies to increase the drug enforcement as well and help states restart their institutionalization process. Trump was far from the first official to notice that the shift in how we treat homelessness and vagrancy has been a disaster. Vern Pearson, district attorney of El Dorado County, Colorado, penned a commentary piece a few years ago describing how a movement toward de-institutionalization in Europe had spread across the pond in the 1960s that was followed decades later by racial justice movements leading to fewer prisoners. The result, fewer inmates, significant increases in homelessness and untreated mental illness, he said. Some with more than 27 years in the pursuit of justice, he says, I worry for the people on the streets in the future, victims of crime. Now, he admitted these institutions that once housed the mentally unwell people were by no means perfect. But just because they weren't perfect doesn't mean that they were not necessary. I mean, you can call them the insane asylum. Some called them the nut house, the rubber room. Somehow we've got to find a middle ground between incarceration and untreated, unsupervised, at-risk mentally ill people. Having institutions to treat those mentally unwell homeless people, our willingness to tear down the fences before asking why those fences were built has actually proven to be disastrous for society. Trump seems to acknowledge we made a multi-generational mistake by closing down these institutions around the country. Maybe reopening them will finally help restore the American cities that were once the envy of the world. But you see, and it's not all of them. They're not all drug addicts. Some people have just, down on their luck, lost a job, whatever the case might be. Many are victims of their own circumstance, though. Hey, we'll get to Daryl coming up here in 2. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-46289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, plenty of other industry headlines to get to coming up here on a Monday. Promise we get to Daryl. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Well, we made it through another weekend. All doing well. Thank you much.
Is the wife getting better?
She is. It's a slow process, but she is, one day at a time.
Goodness gracious, you think about things that people have today, and they get antsy if they don't get well in 6 to 10 days taking an antibiotic. So I can't imagine weeks of that stuff. But tell her that she's in our prayers.
Yes.
How's the dog training going? How's your dog?
He's doing great. Ace, he's full of what is that? Pea and vinegar. You know what I mean? Very active dog.
I lost my dog last year after 15 years, and she went on the walk with me twice a day, morning and evening, and I sure do miss her. We had a pastor to come back to our church yesterday. He lives in Oregon, but he was with us for 17 years. And some of the old church members gathered around in the afternoon, and I really enjoyed visiting with them. We built a new church in Fairfield while he was here. It was about $1 million operation. And 6 weeks after we moved into it, lightning struck it and burnt 1/3 of the roof. And he was telling me yesterday that the firemen were up there fighting the fire with lightning striking all around. It was a lightning strike that set the church on fire. And I thought how many times these EMTs and tow truck drivers and firemen and policemen are out there in the most dangerous situation, maybe with lightning and storms and tornadoes just working away. We don't give them enough credit for the dangerous job that they have and that they do. I always admire how much pressure and how much stress they can handle in those situations. I read about somewhere over the weekend there was a terrible crash on the interstate highways, and trucks were piled up and people were buried underneath, and one of them had a load of sheet glass.
Yes.
And they said, above everything else, they were working on top of that glass.
South Carolina.
Did you,
South Carolina is where that was, and it was actually, in some cases, I mean, it was a whole load of sheet glass that ended up, and they said some of the first responders, the glass was like 2 feet deep nearly.
Yeah. And you can't walk on it. Glass is slick as it can be.
Yeah.
And with water on it, it's slicker. And they said there was guys in pickup trucks underneath some of the big trucks and pinned down, and it sounded like a real disaster out there.
Yeah.
I'll see you down the road, Steve. Enjoy the show, and tell Knucklebuster to take it easy, and congratulations on 45 years.
All right, and I'm guessing everything went good at the fair over the weekend. Have they closed that up now? Is all done for the year?
I went out yesterday and helped take down 3 Grange booths and the political tent, and we sold 55 cases of water in one day at the fair at the Qantas booth. People in that 100-degree weather were just... They couldn't get enough water.
The heat index, no doubt. So that's a good thing. That was a good fundraiser, in other words, right? All right, it's 844-3388. We close out hour number 2. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com. Welcome to the greatest day of the week.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving
Charger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding Friction Eliminator cleans the turbo boost sooner.
Available Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers across the country continue to call for transparency regarding the Jeffrey Epstein files.
It has the force of law. It's not a subpoena. It's not a pretty please, would you release the files? It's the force of law.
In an interview with ABC's This Week, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says it's time for these files to come to the light.
I think at this point, though, what the American people desperately need is for all of the evidence of the files to come out so they can decide for themselves.
The California Democrat was joined by Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky in co-sponsoring a bill that would force a House vote to release the Epstein files. Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the decision to not lower interest rates. Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's again too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell, taking a closer look at a major restoration of the building. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today. That's an international problem.
The president made those comments while addressing the media today ahead of trade talks with the EU chief in Scotland. Israel Defense Forces announced today they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. The decision comes amid growing international outrage over widespread starvation on the Gaza Strip. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Construction is underway on a new planetarium at the University of Alaska's Fairbanks campus.
Ground clearing began in May for the $9.1 million project. The 5,700 square foot planetarium will have a 65-seat dome theater with 2 projectors and surround sound audio. That facility is expected to open next spring. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Nearly a dozen people were hurt after a weekend stabbing rampage at a Walmart in Michigan.
Grand Traverse County Sheriff Michael Shea said the attack happened Saturday when a man with a folding knife started stabbing people near the store's checkout area. Maya Eaglin has more.
Officials say the injuries range in severity. Police say a suspect is in custody.
Sheriff Shea says they still don't have a motive for the attack. I'm Lisa Taylor.
She's been in Mount Sinai Morningside Hospital for over 3 months, and no one knows who she is.
Hospital officials say the woman, apparently in her late 50s, was found in April on a bench at a bus stop. The hospital said she dresses in black and typically hides her face. The hospital has posted a photo of the woman, hoping someone will recognize her. I'm Larry Kofsky.
The woman seen cuddling with her company CEO on a viral kiss cam at a Coldplay concert has resigned.
Kristen Cabot stepped down from her job as Chief People Officer at Astronomer, a data management startup. The man she was with, CEO Andy Byron, resigned days ago. Both are married to other people. The company is now led by interim CEO Pete DeJoy, while a new leader is found. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we roll into another hour, a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, the old adage is still true today. If it sounds too good to be true, it's probably is. The Better Business Bureau is warning buyers to beware of a nationwide scheme involving the online impersonation of a legitimate Missouri heavy equipment seller. This past Friday, the Better Business Bureau warned of a scam involving websites and online ads that impersonate the retailer Cook Equipment and Trucking, which is a legitimate company based in Marble Hill, Missouri. The group warns scammers have used fake websites and Facebook marketplace ads that appear to come from Cook Equipment and Trucking in order to find buyers for heavy equipment and farm machinery. Well, after sending money for the equipment, the victims report being ghosted by the purchased items that never arrived, obviously. The Better Business Bureau said that scammers have used 3 fraudulent websites, the most recent on July 14, and that they continue to publish deceptive ads on Facebook. Some of the losses being reported to the Better Business Bureau thus far was the sale of a skid steer loader in Oak Hills, California for $45,000. An excavator sold to someone in Hancock, Michigan for $32,000. Amanda, Ohio, someone purchased a trailer for $29,500. Another trailer sold, $29,000, Greenville, North Carolina. Another skid steer loader sold in Eastman, Wisconsin for $28,000. An excavator in Des Moines, Iowa for $31,000. So you see, it's all over the country from one coast to the other. If you're shopping for heavy equipment and vehicles online, do your due diligence. Do not fall victim to these virtual vehicle vendor scams. If an item is priced well below market value, that is a red flag, obviously. The Better Business Bureau offers some tips to help avoid scams like this. Research the business at bbb.org or call your local Better Business Bureau. Be skeptical of deals that seem too good to be true. Verify the website and contact the business directly. Read all terms and understand refund policies. Use a credit card for added protection. And obviously report scams to the Better Business Bureau Scam Tracker, as well as your state attorney general and the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center. All right, and also notify the social media platform where the fraud was discovered, again, in many cases using the Facebook Marketplace for this particular scam. Plowboy on a Monday, what's happening?
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. Where in the hell did you say that place is out of? What was the name of it?
Marble Hill, Missouri.
And what was the name of it, sir?
A place known as Cook Equipment and Trucking. That's the legitimate business.
Okay.
But the scammers are impersonating that legitimate business.
Okay, the reason why I said that, I used to deal a lot, and I'm sure Lauren knows what I'm talking about, up there at Clinton. There's a legitimate place that sells equipment right in downtown Clinton. And, I mean, when you said that, I missed the name of the town, and I've dealt with them before, and I can understand why these yahoos would use a legitimate place like that and then stamp me. Yeah, because I would, honestly, thanks for bringing that one up. I might even bought something off of it, but I'm only about half an hour, about 45 minutes away from it. So, yeah. But thanks, Steve. Did I hear somebody say that these people don't want to be homeless a few minutes ago?
Yeah, well, some of them suppose. I suppose anyone that is homeless would rather not be, but I say they're a victim of their own circumstance in many cases.
Oh, I'm going back to a few years ago. Did we not have Portland, Seattle, up in the Northwest, where they were literally taking over the streets, making these big-ass homeless camps?
Right.
They were getting everything given to them. They chased out the police. Pappy and the crew could not go down there and bust them up. Hell, they were even raping one another, killing one another. And I'm sorry. When I hear that, I go back and I look what we looked at a few years ago. It's like scratch your head. And they were literally being taken care of by some of the business owners that had the same leans and the same feelings as them on the street. And the needles and the drugs and all that crap was there too. And I think there was some name where they were literally turning the police around. They were basically, without law, put it that way. But that sale that you were talking about here a little while ago with Lauren, that's just unimaginable.
The beef prices.
I know they're out there. I've been seeing. Yes, sir. Because do the math on this one, Steve. 8 weights years ago was 75 cents to $1 a pound. And now do a hard pencil. Just go $3 at 8 weight. That's $2,400. I usually bring in home cow-calf pairs by the truckload for less than $1,000 a piece, $1,000 a set. And I'm sorry, we're going to get to the point that hamburger's going to go through the roof right along with the steaks. And then we were looking at the ethanol, the price of the corn, and all this. This is one hell of a headache for not just us in the farm community, everybody included. I think there's going to be a bubble here after a while, and I don't see where it can be very far off. But, just scratch your head and really wonder how. It's almost scary. You can go to Walmart, not even hardly walk through it, and leave with $200 bill there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just me, myself, and I. What about 4, 5 people in the family? 6, maybe 8? Oh my gosh, I'd hate to think about their damn bill. But I would like to congratulate 2 of the finest idiots there is in the country. Chuck Schumer and Dum in the Congress, the minority leader. I guess, I was reading this past weekend, they have sunken so low, they don't even have favorable readings. I think they're all hovering around 30 and less and lower. Honestly, I think we're going to be if these trade deals can come out like we're 126, I think we're going to get it all through. I'm going to go out on a limb 2028, 2032, if we're still alive. But I think it's going to come back to, we're going to have to take this country over and kick all these yahoos, get in our way out. I don't know. Talking about the heat. When are we going to start talking about polar vortexes?
Won't be long. Just why would you bring that up? It won't be long. Trust me there, Plowboy. Yeah. Like I said, August arriving Friday, and you begin to see the change of the seasons. We still got some hot summer left, but it won't be long. Now, he brought up the global tariffs. Global stocks rising early Monday. And the euro firming after the trade agreement announced this past day between the U.S. and European Union, providing some clarity in a pivotal week headlined by the Federal Reserve and the Bank of Japan policy meetings. Now that we have struck the framework trade agreement with the European Union, the 15% import tariff on most European Union goods, half of what was threatened. Countries are scrambling to finalize trade deals ahead of the August 1 deadline. Talks between the U.S. and China set for today, Monday, in Stockholm. Expectation of maybe another 90-day extension to the truce between us and China. A 15% tariff on European goods, forced purchases of U.S. energy and military equipment, and zero tariff retaliation by Europe. Now, that's not negotiation. That is the art of the deal. According to the senior Asia-Pacific rates strategist at TD Securities. Big win for the U.S. S&P 500 futures up 0.4%, NASDAQ futures up 0.5%, while the euro firmed across the board, rising against the dollar, sterling, and the yen. European futures surged nearly 1%. In Asia, Japan's Nikkei slipped after touching a one-year high last week, while the MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan was up 0.27%, just shy of the almost four-year high that it touched last week. This deal with the EU providing some clarity to companies, averting the bigger trade war between the two allies that account for almost a third of global trade. Putting it all together, we've seen Japan, the European Union, talks that are due to be held in Stockholm between the U.S. and China. It really does negate the risk of a prolonged trade war. All the hype and the hoopla, the gloom and doom. As I said, one day at a time, it appears to all be coming together in a positive fashion. What is that term? Winning. Back after this.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles After mile, ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, everybody rolling down in Phillips' neck of the woods. Old Knucklebuster rolling through... he said he was rolling past Mickey Mouse this morning. That's all I know. So headed for Miami. Morning, Philip.
Well, if he's going down I-4, I'm in the middle of Orlando. Come and see me. We'll stop, say hi. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. What's happening?
Not much. I can tell you what, with a Knucklebuster situation with his wife, and I give you my condolences on that. But that sounds like to me that's just big companies making stupid decisions and being stupid about things. And you know, it's one of those things with corporate America. You know, it's attorneys and all kinds of stuff worried about people. You know, they need to be worried about the people that are living, not the ones that are deceased. But with the way everything is today, with, like you just said, somebody's using somebody else's stuff, you know, and that can happen. Now, about this homeless thing. Yes, you do make your own destiny in life. I know that. I've experienced that. We all do. Everybody where you're at today, you created your own destiny where you're at today. Now, as far as homeless goes, yes, there is a lot of mental illness. There is a lot of addiction issues. But here's the problem that I have with these insane asylums that you wanted to talk about. One of the problems is we got to be careful in calling it an institution, because that name was kind of clouded back in the day, because is it a hospital facility or is it considered a corrections institution? You see what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that we have to be careful about with that, making these institutions. Now, you got to be a little bit more descriptive in what you want to say. A mental facility, is it a transitional mental facility, going to take somebody that's going to transition from being homeless on the streets to being, you know, providing for themselves and being a viable citizen in the community, supporting themselves, being self-independent? Or is it going to be an institution as far as a prison? Do we have people that have mental issues so severe that their addictions and everything are out of control that they have to be incarcerated? So that's the fine line that we got to walk on, Steve.
And some of them are almost a combination of the two. I mean, you go back to Jack Nicholson and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, right? I mean, that was kind of it was an institution, but it was almost like a prison at the same time. But
well, how many times in movies, how many times in society have we heard the term Rikers Island? Rikers Island in New York was a mental institution and a prison in one. Now, am I wrong for saying that, Steve? I mean, that was always my perception of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's the thing, that with today's society, we have to put a name on it. What do they do there? What is their name? And also, Steve, this is something that people don't understand is when you start talking mental institutions and whatnot, going back to that system, okay, is the government going to have the right to say, hey, dude, you're not right. You need to go to an institution? Now, that's that's something else that could be drawn up into this situation as well. See what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely.
Well, you're not of sane mind because you're in debt up to your neck. Oh, you're insane because of this, and we're going to Baker Act you for this. We're going to Baker your Act. Is it going to change the Baker Act and what they have the ability to do in a Baker Act situation? If anybody wants, just go ahead and Google Baker Act and see what AI tells you what it is. So it's one of those things. I know you're getting close to your time, Steve. Do you want to hold me over, or you need me to go?
No, we got several minutes here, but I'd be more than happy to hold you through the news break here. Give me an opportunity real quick to mention the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, actually taking time out to chat with truck drivers to learn about the challenges that you face in your daily driving experience. Friday, Duffy sharing video from a visit to a trucking company facility in Green Bay, during which he talked to a group of truck drivers, getting their perspective on changes that they would like to see in the trucking industry. Truckers deliver for the American people every day. That's why the U.S. Department of Transportation is working with them on the issues that matter, like training and parking. Duffy said the best ideas don't come from Washington. They come from the men and women who do the work and make this country great. In the video, Duffy is asking the drivers, what can we do at the DOT to make your jobs better and easier as you serve the American people? The truckers tell Duffy they'd like to see some reforms in truck driver training standards to make sure only qualified drivers get behind the wheel. Drivers also mentioned needing more safe truck parking availability, obviously. Duffy says, I've heard you, and we're going to work on that. But obviously, since taking the reins at the DOT earlier this year, Duffy's introduced a number of initiatives designed to improve the lives of American truckers, including the revamping of the FMCSA's website to make it easier to use, funding for new truck parking facilities, cutting regulations, and of course, just last week, officially pulling the plug on that controversial speed limiter mandate, that proposal. Still pushing to codify that in law via the DRIVE Act in Congress. So there you go. Coming up, we'll get back to Philip here. And Brain Dead forwarded my way and kind of an update out of the state of Texas, where some new questions are rising about the trucking company whose driver fell asleep at the wheel and killing half dozen people here a few weeks ago. Real quick light, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tell gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more by visiting tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers across the country continue to call for transparency regarding the Jeffrey Epstein files. In an interview with ABC's This Week, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says it's time for these files to come to the light.
I think at this point, though, what the American people desperately need is for all of the evidence and the files to come out.
The California Democrat was joined by Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky in co-sponsoring a bill that would force a House vote to release the Epstein files. President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today.
Israel Defense Forces announced today they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Ah, yes, indeed. Rolling into a new day. Good to have you along for the ride. Trust you had a good weekend. All right, back to Philip here. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thank you, bud. Hey, getting off of this insane asylum thing for a second. Steve, I know you heard about the deal up in Traverse City, right?
Yeah. What was it, like 11 people stabbed, I think it was?
Yes. Now, I've got a question for you, Steve. In the last few years concerning firearms, now we have a weapon that's not a firearm Are they going to get rid of pocket knives in Walmart, you think? You think they're going to get rid of pocket knives in Walmart?
All right, and then, of course, you can use your automobile to plow into the crowd. They're not banning automobiles, are they?
Well, if my memory serves me correct, now they don't sell them at the one I work at because I work at a grocery store, and it is what it is there. I'm not even going to go on that one. But it seems like to me, Walmart still sells firearms. They still sell ammunition. They still sell all the stuff that needs to be utilized for a weapon. Okay? They also sell pocket knives. They sell other things that can be considered as a weapon. This is where we bring up the argument, it's not the weapon. It's the person behind the weapon. Is that what we say, Steve? Don't we say that all the time?
Absolutely.
Okay? So, this is the point I'm trying to prove. Get off your high horse and stop complaining about guns. Okay? Now, I'm not pro-gun. I don't have any guns. I don't own any guns. I do have knives. I have pocket knives. Unfortunately, I can't carry a pocket knife at Disney because that's against our company protocols. Okay? Do I abide by it? Absolutely. But when I'm at the house, do I pull my pocket knife out? I put one in my pocket, I'm going to do it. Now, is it a concealed weapon? What do you think, Steve? Do you think that could be considered a concealed weapon?
I guess it could be, certainly.
So, there you go. It's food for thought there, folks. Let's think about it. You know, we got all this stuff against guns. Like I said, I'm not pro-gun. I don't own a gun. I don't have any in my house. I don't want any in my house. Okay? And going back to this institution stuff, Steve, have we thought about all these folks out here that have mental disabilities, such as autism and different things going on? Now, is this going to change the deal for those folks? If we have institutions and how we go about institutionalizing folks, is that going to change that? I mean, I have a son who's autistic. Okay? I take care of him. I don't live on the insurance system to make sure. We take care of him and we make sure that everything's going good for him. Mm-hmm. Now, does that change the life for people like him? Is it going to take their independence away? Do you think that might happen, Steve? You know, think about how many people are out there homeless that possibly could be autistic or bipolar or different other forms of mental illness. So just food for thought. Y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me, bud. Y'all be safe.
All right. Thank you very much. As you say, thing points, there's a lot of unknowns. Yeah, questions that will have to be addressed as some of these changes take place. But all right, real quick news. New questions Thursday night about the trucking company whose driver says he fell asleep at the wheel. The crash in question ultimately involved 7 vehicles, killed 5, and injured 5 others on I-20 near Terrell, Texas, back at the end of June. One attorney says a trucking company is responsible for the deadly crash, and he says they should no longer be trusted to haul products on U.S. freeways. The backstory, about 2:40 in the afternoon, June 28, 5 people losing their lives in the crash with a semi-trailer and 6 other cars. In one car, 4 members of the McKellar family died, a grandfather, mother, father, and son. The child's 20-year-old sister suffered severe injuries. In another car, a 49-year-old woman perished. Happened 4 miles west of Terrell in Kaufman County. The driver believed to have caused the crash, 27-year-old Alexis Osmani Gonzalez Campionio of Kissimmee, Florida, survived. He told police he fell asleep at the wheel. Investigators say there's no signs he ever touched the brakes. An attorney representing the father of the woman who was killed, he says the fact that Gonzalez says he fell asleep is a red flag in the case. My client's granddaughter, who suffered such severe injuries, she has a lifetime of care that someone needs to be responsible, he's for. Gonzalez is charged with 5 counts of manslaughter along with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Both Texas, DPS, and federal safety officials have opened investigations, but the attorney learned the trucking company known as Hope Trans was hauling mail for the U.S. Postal Service. The U.S. Post Office has certain standards. Hope Trans did not meet those standards. Steve Bryant is the CEO of Blue Wire, a technology data analytics company specializing in the trucking industry. Blue Wire scores trucks' crash activity violations and drivers out of service. They also look at compliance filings to see if they're accurate and timely. In this case, this company was starting to demonstrate a rapid increase in the number of those serious events, according to Brian. Brian said the U.S. needs to enforce trucking violations like they regulate air travel. If any of this nonsense was happening in air travel, we would all revolt. We would not stand for it. But somehow, trucking gets away with it, he says. Now, Friday, the U.S. Postal Service issued a statement saying Postal Service contractors are required to comply with all applicable state and federal laws. The Postal Service is aware of this accident, which is the subject of ongoing investigation. We cannot comment further at this time. So what's next in the case? Nohinnick, the attorney, has not yet filed a lawsuit in the case. The driver is still at the Kaufman County Jail. The case has not yet been presented to a grand jury. So, update there. Thanks to Brain Dead for sending that my way. Speaking of Brain Dead, well, good morning. Happy Monday.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out Monday since I went back to my old gig over here being extra board. So, I heard you had a good weekend with pool and skullbusters. Is that true?
Yes, we did do that. I did not get the haircut. I procrastinated on that again. I did whip up a batch, got me an uncured ham, went to the farmer's market, got me some green beans and new potatoes. That was yummy, yummy.
Look, you're starting to make me drool over here. That's that sound that you hear is my stomach starting to rumble right now, Steve. Gee, thanks. No, Now, let me hit on something Philip was talking about. Now, and what we've been talking about, is it mental illness? Yes. Is it addiction? Yes. But it's also lack of affordable housing. Here's something people fail to realize. In the city of Memphis, we have rental property companies. You have to show 3 times the monthly income. So say you're renting a $1,200 house, you got to show where you make $3,600 a month. Then on top of that, you got to come up with the first month's rent, the last month's rent, and the security deposit. And they will rent a house to somebody that takes Section 8 in a New York second over somebody who's going to be actually paying the rent. My mom and dad had rental houses for a while. They got rid of them. They quit taking Section 8 because they would literally destroy the house, and they had to put money back into the house to fix all the damage. And it's also a lot harder to evict somebody that is on a Section 8 voucher than it is someone with a non-Section 8 voucher. It is really insane. But when you really go look at California, though, look at the housing prices out there. And you got people that are, teachers and firefighters and police officers that are having to live in their cars because they can't afford a house. I saw somewhere where you have to be making over $500,000 a year just to even to remotely own a one-bedroom shack out in California. So that is another part of this problem of homelessness.
Cost of living in California, yes. I mean, even with the $20 minimum wage for fast food workers, you can't afford to live anywhere.
No, and here, if I was making what Dingbat's making, there's no way I could afford a property anywhere in a decent area, and that includes the bad part of town where your new nickname becomes Target. I mean, it is, and the prices here, I mean, a one-bedroom, one-bath home in the middle of the bad area is like $900 a month.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty crazy, but that's Memphis, not California, too. So, but do you want to smash a break and come back?
Yeah, we can take care of that. We're going to do some NASCAR talk. I bet we do. Bubba Wallace, Winter Circle, Victory Lane. Whoa, how did that happen?
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, welcome back as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thank you, Steve. Those bills don't pay themselves. I mean, if you want some extra ones, I'll send you some of mine too. But yeah, I was kind of shocked that Bubba Wallace did win. I mean, not to say he's a good driver, not to say he's a bad driver. It just shows you luck. It's just a little bit of a luck. I mean, what can you say? He's punched his ticket to the playoffs. Now the bigger question is, how deep is he going to go into the playoffs? Me personally, I don't think he's going to get past the first round. But like I said, anything can happen too. But speaking of NASCAR, you know what happens this Saturday, buddy?
I'm not exactly sure. What is it?
Hey, Rick, I know you're jumping up and down. Put your hand down. I'm trying to get Steve to answer the question. But it's the big baseball game between the Reds and the Braves at Bristol.
Yeah,
Saturday
right.
night.
Okay, yeah, one and done. Like I've asked the question several times. Why go through all that effort to transition that speedway into the beautiful facility? It looks like it's going to be a beautiful setup. But why did they not do a 3-game series or something like that?
I'm thinking that this is just a test. It's like they wanted to go out there to see how much it's going to cost to put it up, to how to do it. I mean, it's like when Tennessee and Virginia Tech played in 2016. how much it costs to do all this, and it ain't cheap, and to recoup all the money. Now, what's to say next year that doesn't happen, a 3-game series? But needless to say, this is just a test because who knows? But now there's big controversy this weekend in the world of NASCAR. I hadn't heard it being brought up yet, but in the Xfinity race, Steve, now you can go on YouTube and you can find this of where Allgaier wrecked out Austin Hill, and Austin Hill had a 5-lap penalty for aggressive driving. Now, what they show you is not the true of what actually happened, because Allgaier had a good run on Hill coming into the apex of the corner, got way up on him. I mean, he was so close to hemorrhoids was looking at colors, you know. He was that close. And when they come out the turn, you see Austin Hill go up the track, and that air got off that spoiler just a little bit, and you can see the whites in the gloves going back and forth with the wheel where he's trying to get under control, and he taps Allgaier, and they both wreck out. Now, Richard Childress, I hope, will fight this penalty because he was thoroughly disgusted about NASCAR and what's going on, and I totally agree. NASCAR and the penalties have been very inconsistent. They only looked at one section of footage and not the whole big picture. And that Allgaier was driving, trying to do that whole bump and run thing like Earnhardt did many years ago.
So are you making any wagers on the big game at Bristol there? Are you picking Atlanta or Cincinnati?
Well, I told Rambler he better warm up the prayer machine because Rick here he's got an inside bet somewhere. I don't know, but speaking also of something else that I just remembered reading. Did you happen to hear the new research study about Walt Disney World? Did you hear about this?
I have not.
They have finally figured out how Viagra and Walt Disney World are similar.
Uh-oh.
Did you? Yeah. It takes 1 hour to get a 2-minute ride. Bye to me.
There you go. All right, 844-844-3388. Headed toward the midnight hour on the West Coast here, right? All right, Congress removed some vehicle emissions rules in California, but not all. So trying to clarify what's going on. Now, this has left many truck drivers unsure about the rules for driving in the Golden State. In June, when President Trump signed off on resolutions that killed several California vehicle emission rules, advanced clean trucks, and the omnibus low NOx regulations were among them. However, the Clean Truck Check program was not affected by that. Since then, OOIDA's heard from truck drivers asking if they can drive their older trucks in California like before. The short answer, they say, is no. The Advanced Clean Trucks rule required 7% of truck manufacturers Class 7 and 8 trucks for model year 2025 to be zero direct emission trucks. That percentage would rise each year until 2032, when 40% of sales must be zero-emission trucks. That particular rule, adopted by 10 other states, caused a lot of issues. Some manufacturers required dealers to sell one battery electric truck before they could order 13 diesel trucks. And since no one wanted an electric truck, dealerships couldn't even order or sell diesel trucks. That problem was only expected to get worse as the sales requirements became stricter. Now that Advanced Clean Trucks has been reversed, truckers, fleets, dealerships in California may not be held to those standards. Manufacturers did strike a deal with the state to adhere to those rules anyway. However, that agreement's in limbo. It's actually being challenged in the courts. The omnibus rule sets stricter emission standards for truck engines. While that rule impacted manufacturers like Daimler Truck, PACCAR, and Volvo, the omnibus rule affected engine makers like Cummins. Those challenges are also in limbo right now. So there are only 2 California truck emission rules that were struck down by Congress. Everything else is kind of still in play, including the Clean Truck Check program. Approved by the California Air Resources Board in 2021, Clean Truck Check requires all diesel and alternative fuel trucks over 14,000 pounds operating in California to pass an emissions test. The rule also requires each truck operating in California to register with the Clean Truck Check inspection system and pay a $31 and some cents compliance fee that's adjusted to inflation every year. Clean Truck Check applies to all diesel trucks in California, no matter where they're registered. Each truck must pass an emissions compliance test twice a year. Starting in October of 2027, trucks with onboard diagnostic systems will have to be tested 4 times a year. That includes nearly all trucks with engines from 2013 or newer. Deadlines for test and fees are based on registration dates for California trucks and VIN numbers for out-of-state trucks. Now, the Clean Truck Check did not need federal approval through an EPA waiver, unlike the other rules. Therefore, the emission check rule, it will stay in place unless the state government repeals it, which obviously in a state like California, that's not likely going to happen, right? So up to speed there. Any truck operating has to pass the emissions check. All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com and learn more today. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson hopes that Ghislaine Maxwell, a longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein, was truthful during questioning by the Justice Department. During an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson said her transparency could be truly beneficial.
If she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country, and we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
The convicted sex trafficker was granted limited immunity to allow her to answer questions about the late billionaire without the fear of information being used against her in a future case. Maxwell's lawyer said she answered every single question, including questions about 100 different people. Israel is pausing the fighting in Gaza so humanitarian aid can reach the Palestinians.
President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis there.
To do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. That's an international problem.
The president made the comment while addressing the media Sunday ahead of trade talks with the EU chief in Scotland. Israel Defense Forces announced they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. The decision comes amid growing international outrage over widespread starvation on the Gaza Strip. I'm Lisa Carton.
Tensions between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell are raising again over Powell's refusal to lower interest rates.
Trump toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell to look at the controversial $2.5 billion in renovations that Powell signed off on and used the occasion to talk interest rates.
We should have the lowest interest rate of any country, and we don't. So we want to get the rates down, but we also want to get the Fed building finished.
The two had an awkward exchange in front of reporters over a discrepancy in the amount of a new cost estimate. Trump wrapped up the visit with a more conciliatory tone, saying lowering interest rates is more important to him than the building costs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
code. The secret word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
The Detroit Arriba Latinos Festival, scheduled for next month, has been postponed.
It hasn't yet been rescheduled, and people connected to it say ticket sales were low. Rowan Miners was looking forward to the event, but says people are scared immigration and customs enforcement agents would show up and arrest them. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former New York Republican Congressman George Santos is now serving his 7-year prison sentence.
The Federal Bureau of Prisons confirmed Friday afternoon that Santos is in custody after turning himself in at the Federal Correctional Institution in Fairton, New Jersey. He pleaded guilty to federal wire theft and identity fraud and was also ordered to repay more than $370,000 to his victims. Santos weaved a tangled web of lies to get elected, including that he attended New York University, worked for investment banks, and that he is Jewish. An investigation revealed he scammed New York's unemployment system and elderly campaign donors out of $300,000. I'm Kristen Marks.
A Legionnaire's outbreak is in central Harlem.
The New York City Department of Health says 5 cases have been reported, but there are possibly several others awaiting test results. A warning has been issued for 4 Harlem zip codes. Water is being tested there to find the source. Health officials say Legionnaire's disease, which is a type of pneumonia, is transmitted by breathing in water vapor that contains Legionella bacteria. It is not transmitted person to person. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Indeed, welcome into a Monday for our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour. I got a question. Happy, I want to ask you a question. If there was no so-called client list, where did we come up with over 100 names to inquire about with Ghislaine Maxwell over the weekend? Was it just magical names, or I'm thinking maybe was it the Lolita Express flight list? I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, Steve, this client list, I think the term list, right, has probably been kind of miscluded a little bit. I don't know if there's like ever a list of people that committed crimes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Person number 1 committed this crime. Person number 2 on the list committed this crime. So it wasn't technically a list. I think you could replace that list with files or flight logs, right? That's probably where they were coming up with this list. They wanted the list on the flight logs. So, like we said before in the past, so just because you were on his plane won't make you a, quote, bad person, unquote. But it sure don't look good, and there were several people on that plane were, quote, bad people, unquote. So just getting to the bottom of it all. So we shall see. I did get your email. What Bongino had to say.
Yeah, Steve, chilled him to the core. That's pretty rough.
That's saying a lot, because that man has seen a lot.
Yep.
This past line of work and whatnot. Yeah, we can't fathom, Steve, what really goes on. I mean, some of the things that we can't even speak about on this radio show, unspeakable things that really, man, you have to sit here and sit down and think to yourself, man, does this kind of evil stuff really happen in this world? And if it does, I say we got to put a stop to it. We just can't turn our back and let stuff like this happen. Like, what, how many? 11, 12 people getting stabbed at Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that? They're calling it a terrorist attack. Steve, I would at least call that a mass stabbing, right? Shouldn't laugh. It's really not funny. Steve, it was an armed citizen that detained that maniac. You seen the footage or not of it? There were several, I guess when he made his way out in the parking lot, several other shoppers followed him out. One had a gun. Kept telling him to drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. Pretty much detained him until the police showed up, took him into custody. I don't know, Steve. Probably would have told him to drop it twice. There ain't going to be no third time. Third time's the charm. Yeah. You know, the third person that got stabbed, Steve, I don't know what exactly the laws are in Michigan. Don't know. But I would say if you're not allowed to carry a firearm legally in Michigan, or Walmart prevents you from taking a firearm in there, you're the third person stabbed in there. I would say that either the state of Michigan or Walmart deprived you of defending yourself. Because I guarantee you, Steve, if I'm in a Walmart in line and some dude pulls out a knife and stabs one person in front of me, then stabs another person in front of me, and then goes to stab me, I don't think it's going to end well for him, Steve. I don't even know if he would get to the second person. So, and I know Philip, you know, made a comment that Disney forbids him to carry his little pocket knife. Steve, I guess if you could guarantee that every person that enters inside them gates is not carrying a knife or a weapon, if that was like 100% guarantee where you don't have to worry about it, then okay, maybe I get it. You know, this is an amusement park, but crazy things happen in an amusement park, Steve. You know, you should have a right to defend yourself. So I got to say, I don't know if I went to Disney and they said, hey, man, you can't carry that in there, even if you're a cop. Okay, well, I'll go somewhere else. Kings Island's the same way. I had a pocket knife on me. Went in there. You can't take it in there. So, yeah, I don't know what that... I mean, since they're charging him with terrorism, there must have been some political motivation behind it. Steve, why aren't there racial motivating this little Yahoo melee we had in Cincinnati?
I'm telling you, I mean, and it wasn't just like the one couple. I mean, the one couple got the hell beat out of them by a half dozen different people. But I'm seeing different videos now, just randomly individuals being sucker punched, knocked unconscious, based on the fact that they were white.
Yes, sir. I mean,
just coming out of that concert.
We don't know that to be we don't know that to be 100% fact, but the video, again, we don't know what happened 10 seconds or 30 seconds before that video started rolling, but there was several videos of this, Steve, and none of them look good. I can tell you that much. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, the victims were elderly white people, and the suspects were young, very big, muscular, not juveniles neither, Steve. I don't care what the media is trying to say. These were not juveniles. These were definitely in their 20s or 30s. And they can't, well, I'll put it this way. There was two of them that no way they can try to claim that they felt that they were in danger or they were being assaulted. That's why they did what they did. Because after the one guy, if you've seen this video, I'm sure you probably did, went WWE on that old white man, after this guy's laying down on the ground, wasn't quite unconscious, but he was getting there, Steve. They already put the whoop down on him, kicked him in the head a couple times. And this guy literally, jumped up in the air with his elbow and whole body
Came down on him like a WWE kind of move.
Yes, sir. He gets up, he walks over to his buddy, and they're both laughing, Steve. Did you see that?
Yes.
He's laughing.
Yep.
If somebody's trying to assault you, you're not in the laughing mood, Steve. They're going to find out who that guy is. Too much video of him. Somebody's going to dime him out. And he should be charged, probably with, I don't know the injuries, what kind of injuries these people sustain. The news media is not really talking too much about it. A little fight that broke out. No, that wasn't a fight. Looked like this one elderly couple again, Steve, when the elderly lady tried to somewhat stop her husband getting pummeled. A grown man punched her in the face and knocks her.
TKO.
Steve, if this was the other way around.
Oh.
if this was a 20, 30-year-old group of white boys pounding some elderly Afro-American couple, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Dude, we got to call it like it is, man. They should be charged with, I don't know, whatever. And Steve, I'll be honest, I don't agree with these upgrades for assault, right? If you assault somebody, if it's racially motivated, they make it a higher degree of assault. And assault is an assault, right? The reason why you're assaulting somebody, I don't know, just because a black man assaults a white guy and is convicted of a racial hate crime, should he really get more time? I don't think so. It's an assault. You're not allowed to do it to begin with, whatever the reason is. Vice versa. So, I'm saying when these guys get charged, if they get charged, I'm assuming they probably will, I don't think they should get a different degree of penalty just because the couple was white. I just don't believe in that. It is what it is. They should get the maximum, though. Right? They should get the maximum. And depending on the penalty, Steve, that could fall under serious physical harm, cause serious physical harm to another, can be felonious assault. No different than pulling out a gun and shooting somebody in the arm. You will get charged with felonious assault, causing serious physical harm to another. If that dude broke that old man's ribs, he's causing serious physical harm to that old man.
Mm-hmm.
He can puncture a lung. That's an F2. 10 to 15 years in prison. As far as I'm concerned, if that happened, if he broke this man's ribs, he should get 20 years. Because he thought it was funny. So when he's standing in the front of a judge and the judge says 20 years, let's see how funny he thinks that is. You see the testimony with Biden's, I think it was Biden's doctor and one of his handlers, advisors testified in Congress. Hey, Biden's cognitive abilities, he was sharp as a tack. Yeah, he forgot names a lot. Sometimes he forgot what meetings we were going to, seemed to be tired at times, but loses his balance a lot, but he's sharp, Steve. And that's how the media twists this crap around. Because the words come out of his mouth, he was sharp. And that's the clip that they will play. They will edit out the rest of it. They don't even give us half truth, Steve. If I hand you a 6-inch knife, right, and that knife has been worn out, it's got nicks in it, it wouldn't cut butter. But at the very back of the knife, back by the handle, there's about a 1/4 inch that's still really sharp because it never gets used. And they say, hey, that knife is sharp. Are they technically lying? Might be kind of hard to prove. I was talking about the back part of that blade. That blade's sharp right there. I didn't.
So he had a,
you know what I'm saying?
He had a semblance, but he had a few living brain cells still. From every now and again, he'd be sharp as a tack once in a while.
Yes, sir. That's how they play the games and get away with answering all the questions and not perjuring himself. Hey, I said the knife was sharp. I wasn't lying. Just about a 1/4 inch of it. They leave that part out. So, everything I'm hearing, though, Steve, that pretty much what I said last week, Obama, has immunity. He's going to claim presidential immunity, which he is allowed to do if he's acting in the official course of his duties as a president.
Yeah.
I say that still tends to be questionable, at the least. Is he really acting in the official course of his duties? All he's got to do is, I was trying to protect the American people against evil Trump. Right? So, yeah, I don't think nothing's going to happen to Obama, but everybody underneath better be sleeping with one eye open when they get that knock at the door. So we'll see what happens. Steve, I can tell you if anybody wants to put handcuffs on these people, it's Bongino. That's what he's preached on his show for the last, I don't know how many years. So if there's a way to do it, and if they don't tie Bongino's hands from doing what needs to be done, I think you're going to see some people indicted, and I think you might even see a couple people going to prison. They have no problem putting Stephen K. Bannon in prison, Trump's financial advisor, Peter Navarro. They held the January 6th grandma, locked her up. How many of these January 6th were held illegally, in my opinion, Steve? I don't care even if they committed a crime. They were held and not charged with a crime. You cannot do that in America. I just can't arrest somebody for a minor misdemeanor, DC disorderly conduct, or a trespassing charge, right? When the maximum penalty, if convicted, is 6 months. And they're sitting in jail for 1.5 years waiting for their trial with no bond.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
Doesn't work that way. It's not supposed to work that way anyway.
Is it criminal? In my opinion, yes. There's some people locked up for this crap. We'll see if it happens. Destroying evidence. Steve, and we know this. I just got to repeat it because I'm pissed off. The whole January 6th committee. How long did their little meetings and investigation and committee last? About 1 year, it seemed like, right? And every single evidence, every single testimony, everything that they talked about for that year is gone. Disappeared. Destroyed. How do you do that and get away with it, Steve? Because Biden just pardoned them all? Don't worry, do what you want. Biden's going to pardon us all at the end of his term anyway. We can commit any crime we want. We're all going to get pardoned. Don't worry about it. Whew. All right, brother. I appreciate you taking the call. Hey.
Yes.
My youngest biological, David, 37 years old, has been with his girlfriend for the last 10 years. I don't know why the hell he ain't married, but they're talking about it now. But anyway, Steve, he gave birth to a beautiful little baby girl, 6 pounds, 9 ounces. Thanks for everybody sending their congratulations on the Facebook page. Congratulations to him. Had a nice little chat with him today that his life is about to change. For the good, though. And I got a damn cat here, Steve, that's getting ready to have babies. So anybody wants a cat here,
oh boy,
let me know.
Meow meow.
All right, back to work Wednesday, which is your Thursday night. So I got a few more days off. So, hey, real quick, I'm gonna get off here. I'm sorry, Steve. I want to give a shout out to Gary. If he's listening, Gary, you know which Gary you are. I appreciate it, Steve. Gary hooked me up with a Harley-Davidson motorcycle Sportster. I had to do it. Had one a long time ago and sold it. And now I got another one. I'm trying to get ready for this retirement coming up in April. So thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. Steve, everybody be safe. I appreciate you taking the call.
So you're going to be like Doc Holliday out tooling around on the bike all over the country, right? Okay. I didn't see that one coming. I didn't know Pappy liked Harleys. All right, let's see here. Hey, Mike. Eagle's going to be back on board here. Of course, we'll get to horse feathers first. And room for you at 844-844-3388. And how about that Brittany Force? She's done it again. The fastest speed in NHRA history at Sonoma Raceway over the weekend. 343.16 miles per hour. And that's just 1 week after she eclipsed her previous record last week in Seattle when she hit 341. So they're all kind of questioning, where does it end? How fast? How fast can you go? And it's downright scary, seeing those kind of speeds. 343 when they get to the end of the run there, the car squiggling like it was, man, oh man, it's got to be one heck of a job to keep that thing straight at those kind of speeds. All right, coming up, we'll get back with some of our other industry headlines as well, following the news break after getting back to your calls. The two-time world champion bull hauler's probably snoozing by now, but he could comment on this. There is a bill seeking a permanent hours of service exemption for livestock haulers, introduced earlier this month. More on that coming up here. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more by visiting tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers across the country continue to call for transparency regarding the Jeffrey Epstein files. In an interview with ABC's This Week, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says it's time for these files to come to the light.
I think at this point, though, what the American people desperately need is for all of the evidence of the files to come out.
The California Democrat was joined by Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky in co-sponsoring a bill that would force a House vote to release the Epstein files. President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today.
Israel Defense Forces announced today they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Somebody said the greatest day of the week. I don't know about that. Morning, Horse.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, Mike, we don't do that though, because Captain Ron took care of all that for us, and I actually heard him do it. So I guess it's officially the greatest day of the week. I don't know. Anyway, so we'll get to the dumbass truck drivers here in a little bit, but anyways, I'm not categorizing anybody. Well, maybe I am. Anyways, so you were commenting on some news things there, and Philip mentioned the deal there at the Walmart, and he's not allowed to carry a pocket knife into the facility that he works. Now, my question is, does Walmart issue him a razor blade box cutter to open cardboard boxes to put product on the shelves? You know, the box cutters,
sure.
The razor blade ones,
yeah.
with the terrorists that were on the airplane, the 19 terrorists or whatever it was that were on the airplanes there in September 11, 2001, that took over the airplanes with, razor blade box cutters. Now is Philip, does he get issued by Walmart a razor blade box cutter, but not allowed to carry a pocket knife?
Good question.
Yeah. Sometimes the intelligence, the common sense part of intelligence sometimes gets clouded by possibility. Quite, So, anyways, there's the question for Philip. But you were talking about Brittany Force's speed there being 343 miles an hour, and of course, when you say 343 to me and a lot of other people out here, again referencing 2000, September 11th, 2001, 343 firefighters were killed, Your Honor.
Wow.
So, anyways, that's FDNY numbers. It's not including the Transit Authority and the, NYPD and, of course, all the other victims that ranged over 3,000 total. But anyways, never forget. So this deal, I believe it was Denver with an American Airlines flight, had to stop and let some people off. Did you happen to catch that in the news, Your Honor?
Yeah, I saw the video as well. I guess landing gear had a little bit of a fire going down there.
Yeah. So, all right. So there's a few comments out there about the emergency services of the Denver International Airport not being very quick in their response. Now, I don't know if you've ever been to Denver at all. Have you ever been to the Denver airport?
Yes, flew in there one time many years ago. That's when we went out there to do that live broadcast there at K2 was that Cheyenne or Casper, wherever it was.
Okay, so the Denver airport, for most areas, could incorporate probably 2 or 3 zip codes for the amount of area that it covers. This plane was on takeoff, so it was leaving the airport, going down the runway to leave to go to wherever it was flying off to. So, I don't know. So in other words, when you're at the Denver airport, you go from the parking lot, you go into a building where you do your baggage check, either way, your claim or your baggage check, and get your ticket and all that, and you get on a subway train and you ride a train out to, I believe, 4 different concourses you could end up at. So I mean, this place is like gigantic. So anyways, the plane's going down the runway, and one of the passengers is filming out the window, and they show what possibly could be a tire. It's probably a tire casing. I don't, I couldn't tell if there was a wheel center in the tire itself. But anyways, it goes rolling off out into the grassy area, and of course that's when the whole problem starts. And I guess they decided that the fire was actually in the braking system. Probably broke a brake line, to tell you the truth. And so anyways, the oil, the fluid caught on fire, and they had the fire burning. And So they bring the plane to an immediate halt as fast as possible because they're in takeoff mode. I mean, they're ready to, put the bird in the air.
Yep.
I mean, it's not too far from that. So they get the plane stopped, and of course the big rubber raft chutes come out of the side of the plane. Now, what did you notice about the people going down these big rubber raft chutes, Your Honor, on their way back down to the tarmac area?
I did notice some that were carrying some bags. Is that?
I would say probably closer to 90% of all the ones I saw come down those emergency slides were carrying bags with them, which hinders the exit of anybody getting off the plane. And there was one lady that she was so intent on holding on to her bag, she drove her face into the blacktop. Good for her. Glad it happened. I'll tell you what, I usually try to sit in the emergency exit rows of planes when I fly. I like the space. I like being able to stretch out a little bit. I don't normally have to worry about an extra bag to put under a seat or something of that nature. So I like that seating arrangement. And there was one day I was sitting one row back from that, and there was a lady sitting there all by herself in the two seats of the emergency exit row, and she could not speak much more English than some of these truck drivers out here that we have on the highways. So the flight attendant's trying to explain to her why she can't sit there, and finally just pretty much had to take her by the shirt sleeve and drag her out of the seat. And she says, "Is there somebody here that would like to sit here?" And I said, "Well, I could sit over there." And she's like, "Well, I got to tell you the whole thing over again that I just told this lady." I said, "You really don't have to, because I listened to what you told her." She's like, "No, I still have to tell you." So she goes through the whole deal about, being physically able, wanting, capable, and all that, able to speak English and communicate with the crew to be able to help people out the plane. And I said, "Well, I can make it really simple for you. You tell me whose ass you want thrown out of this plane, and I'll throw their ass out this door without any hesitation." And she says, "That's not quite the way the, scenario goes. You're just supposed to assist a little bit. We're not just going to dedicate who's getting, tossed off the plane." I'm like, "Well, if there's a need be, you just let me know, because I don't have any problem with that." And so anyways, I got to ride in the seat there where I like to be anyways. But I'll tell you what, if I am there and you are carrying a backpack, you are carrying a book bag, a pocketbook I can probably let go. You're carrying your dog in your little carrier, I don't have a problem with that. Take your dog with you. Anything else, you're either not getting off or your crap's being thrown off to the side and you ain't going with it, because I ain't letting you take it. So don't be on a plane with me and want to take your backpack, your laptop, or whatever it is. Don't be thinking you're going to get it by me, because it ain't going one way or another. And so anyways, I just thought that was pretty funny. The wife is like, "You would do that, wouldn't you?" I'm like, damn straight. So anyways, now to the dumbass truck driver part. Now, I know that we have this issue with parking in this country of where we can park trucks and stuff like that. And anyways, when you go to leave your truck and you put it in a parking lot, dead center in front of a gate that's the only access point to a propane facility with two 30,000-gallon storage tanks, a rail siding, and about 5 or 6 separate delivery trucks that all carry somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 to 3,000 gallons, plus all the extra little tanks that they have all laying around in the yard. You shouldn't leave your truck there unattended. Needless to say, it tends to have a few phone calls made when I can't get in my gate to make my delivery.
Okay.
So it ended up I wasn't able to make my delivery. I had to go to another location to make the delivery, but there was more than enough law enforcement called, and in the end somebody's dispatcher got called, and I don't know where the guy was to. I don't know if he was on his 34-hour break and left his truck, but it was set up to deliver big metal, looked like lighting poles, parking lot lighting poles that were on a flatbed. And anyways, nice big red truck, nice big red Peterbilt, aerodynamic 579. And anyways, he apparently had left his truck. Had a lot of nice notes in there from his kids, all Happy Father's Day and all kinds of stuff put up on the walls of the sleeper and all that. I could see with my flashlight without any problem, but he was nowhere to be found, and trailer was right crossways to the gate, probably only 10 feet off the fence, parallel with the fence the whole way. Did a good job parking. It was nice and straight, parallel, even, but yeah, maybe that's not the best choice of places to do it. I mean, I appreciate that he wasn't on an on-ramp, and appreciate that he probably wasn't in Walmart getting in trouble or Buc-ee's getting in trouble, but yeah, still, you gotta use your head just a little bit when you park your truck, I think, Your Honor. I don't know. So anyways, I did give the dispatcher to law enforcement information for the district that it was going to be, handling the call, but I did find out, and probably Pappy will confirm it, that because the truck was parked on private property without the actual authorization from the property owners, nothing could be done to tow the truck. So, but anyways, I left him a little note on his window, and I don't know. It's like one of the Mickey Mouse. You ever seen one of the Mickey Mouse notes there that people used to put on cars when somebody, you'd be parallel parked on the side of the road, you'd have a car in front of you and a car behind you, and they parked so tight that you couldn't get out, and there was this little Mickey Mouse little generic thing that was made up that thanked people for parking in a certain way around and not leaving space to anyways, Your Honor. But other than that, I don't know. What else could we have going for you? I don't know. That's about all I got, I guess. Hey, I do carry a Buck 110 folding hunting knife on my side. Got a 3.5-inch blade. I think that's about what the picture was on the TV there from the Walmart deal. I walk into Walmart with that all the time. Nobody's ever said a word about it. I don't know. Guess we'll find out what happens next time, huh?
Very interesting.
Anyways, Your Honor.
All right. Well, thanks for the update. All's well that ends well, so they say. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Meanwhile, the lovely left-leaning media spending the weekend moaning and complaining about Trump going to Scotland. Oh, he's going to open up a new golf course. He's there for self-enrichment. He's not worried about the American people. Yeah, that's what you heard from them. But in reality, sitting down with the European Union, making a deal when it comes to trade and tariffs to the tune of, and we were talking like 1.9 trillion was the value of this deal. $750 billion in U.S. energy exports will be going to Europe. $600 billion in new European Union investment into the United States. Zero tariff access for American goods across all European Union countries. $750 billion plus in U.S. military equipment to be purchased by European Union nations. 15% reciprocal auto tariffs. That levels the playing field for U.S. car makers. Open agricultural trade and no more European Union blockades on U.S. farmers. As I said, we're talking like an annual $1.9 trillion in goods and services. They said it couldn't be done. All right, Eagle, you hanging with them?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, Steve, I told you earlier when I was talking about NASCAR, I'll get back to that in a minute. But I want to speak on this situation because it's going to be back in the news again. No matter what Donald Trump does, he can sign all the deals and tariff deals, which should be the number one story. But you and I both know CNN, MSNBC, all these other loser people, all they want to talk about is the Epstein files because they want to somehow pin Donald Trump down to be involved in this deal so they can get him out of the White House. They looking for any reason they can to get him out because he's doing too good of a job. He's actually trying to make this country safe again and for people to work and people to prosper. That's not what they want. That's not what the Democrats want. They want America. They want America on welfare and food stamps with their hand out for Uncle Sam. That's what they want, Steve. That's what Kamala Harris would have done. If Kamala Harris was in the White House right now, Steve, I don't even want to think what the United States would look like right now in 6 short months. Just imagine to yourself what the USA would be like at this point. I guarantee you there would be that border, pictures. Remember last year, about 2 years ago, Steve, they showed people bum rushing the border down by El Paso. They just busted the damn fence down, and the military men just ran away. What'd you say?
Yeah,
that's what the USA would look. What'd you say?
I remember well. Yes, and that's the open door policy would be in full tilt.
Yeah, that's what the USA would look like right now. If it would be people literally walking across the Del Rio River down by Eagle Pass, Texas, literally walking across the river into the United States, and Joe Biden telling the Border Patrol agents to let them come on through, let them come through. Don't even try to stop them. This is what the U.S. is. It's disgusting. And for anybody that, like I said, to say what Trump is doing is wrong, is you got to be out of your mind to think that having a wide open border. And now, because of that stupidity of Biden, now it's not a lost cause, but it's damn near. With so many people in this country, it's going to be hard to round them all up in 4 short years that Trump has. who knows who the next, hopefully it'll be a Republican and they keep this thing going. But if a Democrat gets back in, I've told you before, Newsom or Harris or any other loser they come up with, the border's going to be wide open again. So it goes to say this: Trump is getting the job done, Steve. I think they said in zero. That's something to be proud of. That's what CNN and MSNBC should be talking about. They said that 0 people got into the U.S. over the last couple of months illegally, brother. That's what they need. But no, they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about something that happened 20 years ago with Epstein in this so-called file. Okay, the man is dead and gone. Well, I ain't gonna say where he's at, but I'm pretty sure I know where he's at. But anyway, now here's the only problem I have with this situation, Steve. That if Donald Trump, he says that he wants this thing to go away, he wants people to stop talking about it. But Donald Trump, if he can hear me tonight, I'm telling him, and hopefully somebody can give us advice. That would be the worst thing he could do, Steve, is to give this woman a pardon. Is to give Maxwell a pardon, because the first thing that amused me is that he paid her off to keep quiet, not to tell the truth, and that she's working with Donald Trump. That's all they're gonna talk about on these bogus television stations. If Donald Trump should not give that woman a pardon. That woman, she's already been convicted of a crime, sentenced to 20 years in jail. She doesn't deserve to get out of jail because she's already a known liar. On your news breaks, you got the Speaker of the House, Johnson, saying that he hopes that this woman has told the truth the last 2 days that she talked to the man last Thursday and Friday, which I doubt. She's a known liar. She lied before, and she'll lie again. And this woman can't be trusted. And she needs to stay behind jail where she belongs. She's a criminal. And Donald Trump does not. That's the last thing this guy needs to do is give this woman a pardon, because she does not deserve one, and nor, like I say, she can't be trusted. And all it's going to do is bring up the heat. They're already talking about it on CNN before it even happens, Steve, that what it means if Donald Trump pardons this woman. So I hope that Donald Trump doesn't make that mistake. It goes on and tries to release what information they can release and do what he got to do. But just like they said, like we talked about last week, Steve, just because your name is on that list doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. And besides, let me ask you a simple question before I hang up with you, Steve. And Donald Trump asked this question on Friday before he left out to Scotland. How come CNN and MSNBC, why are they not worried about Bill Clinton? They say that Bill Clinton went to the island over 20 times. Why are they not investigating him? Why are they so
focused on him? Yeah, right. That is a valid question. Hey, we had a pause there. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson hopes that Ghislaine Maxwell, a longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein, was truthful during questioning by the Justice Department. During an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson said her transparency could be truly beneficial.
If she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country, and we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
The convicted sex trafficker was granted limited immunity to allow her to answer questions about the late billionaire without the fear of information being used against her in a future case. Maxwell's lawyer said she answered every single question, including questions about 100 different people. Israel is pausing the fighting in Gaza so humanitarian aid can reach the Palestinians.
President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis there.
To do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. That's an international problem.
The president made the comment while addressing the media Sunday ahead of trade talks with the EU chief in Scotland. Israel Defense Forces announced they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. The decision comes amid growing international outrage over widespread starvation on the Gaza Strip. I'm Lisa Carton.
Tensions between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell are raising again over Powell's refusal to lower interest rates.
Trump toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell to look at the controversial $2.5 billion in renovations that Powell signed off on and used the occasion to talk interest rates.
We should have the lowest interest rate of any country, and we don't. So we want to get the rates down, but we also want to get the Fed building finished.
The two had an awkward exchange in front of reporters over a discrepancy in the amount of a new cost estimate. Trump wrapped up the visit with a more conciliatory tone, saying lowering interest rates is more important to him than the building costs. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The Detroit Arriba Latinos Festival, scheduled for next month, has been postponed.
It hasn't yet been rescheduled, and people connected to it say ticket sales were low. Rowan Miners was looking forward to the event, but says people are scared immigration and customs enforcement agents would show up and arrest them. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former New York Republican Congressman George Santos is now serving his 7-year prison sentence.
The Federal Bureau of Prisons confirmed Friday afternoon that Santos is in custody after turning himself in at the Federal Correctional Institution in Fairton, New Jersey. He pleaded guilty to federal wire theft and identity fraud and was also ordered to repay more than $370,000 to his victims. Santos weaved a tangled web of lies to get elected, including that he attended New York York University, worked for investment banks, and that he is Jewish. An investigation revealed he scammed New York's unemployment system and elderly campaign donors out of $300,000. I'm Kristen Marks.
A Legionnaire's outbreak is in central Harlem.
The New York City Department of Health says 5 cases have been reported, but there are possibly several others awaiting test results. A warning has been issued for 4 Harlem zip codes. Water is being tested there to find the source. Health officials say Legionnaire's disease, which is a type of pneumonia, is transmitted by breathing in water vapor that contains Legionella bacteria. It is not transmitted person to person. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, final hour. I did mention the headline, bill looking to permanently exempt livestock haulers from the hours of service has been introduced and referred to committee earlier this month. The Hauling Exemptions for Livestock Protection Act, which stands for HELP, H-E-L-P for short. H.R. 4500, introduced July 17, referred to the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The HELP Act would allow truck drivers who haul livestock, insects, and aquatic animals to be permanently exempt from the hours of service requirements in order to accommodate the unique and ever-changing needs of their live cargo that they're carrying. The bill would build on previous temporary exemptions given to livestock haulers during COVID. These provisions regulating livestock haulers have proven time and time again to be unnecessary and burdensome, says Colorado Congressman Jeff Hurd. Live animals have unique care needs and require flexibility to be safely transported along the supply chain, and frequent road closures and adverse weather makes this flexibility especially important in Colorado. The HELP Act provides this critical regulatory relief and allows haulers to continue delivering for our producers and food supply safely and effectively. As they've shown for over 2 years during the pandemic, anyone who's spent time around agriculture knows livestock requires unique care and flexibility. This is Kansas Congressman Tracy Mann. The DOT's hours of service and electronic logging device rules fail to take that reality into account and puts unnecessary burdens on livestock haulers, and the nation's food supply chain as a whole. Our bill rolls back these burdensome regulations and gives the nation's livestock haulers the flexibility they need to keep our food supply chain strong. Livestock haulers have an excellent safety record. It is imperative that once loaded with livestock, the trucks keep moving to their final destination, according to the Colorado Wool Growers Association. In the summertime, airflow is vitally important for the comfort of livestock, and minimizing hauling time in the winter is conducive to reducing stress. Onerous, unwarranted regulations negatively impact the many small, family-owned trucking businesses that provide that vital link to America's food chain. The bill promoting a permanent hours of service exemption is currently waiting review and potential amendments from that committee, but see where that goes. Of course, I know Lauren Weiss brings out on a regular basis. Of course, he's not on a timer, a.k.a. the electronic logging device. All right, let me get back. Eagle, give him a chance to finish up here. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, Steve, I asked you a question before the break of when I was talking about Trump. Okay, now, it's very clear that Donald Trump said this on Friday before he got on the plane headed to Scotland. He said, he mentioned Bill Clinton. He said Bill Clinton, he had been to this island over 20 times. Can you explain to me why the news media is not, why they're not talking about Bill Clinton? Why they only focused on Donald Trump? Because last time I checked, Bill Clinton was a president too. Do you know why they're not investigating him?
Well, because their narrative has nothing to do with anyone except Donald Trump to make him look bad, no matter what.
Okay, so yeah, that's yes. I just wanted to see what you had to say because it makes no sense. It makes no sense for them to focus only on Donald Trump because he's not the only president that's on that list. But yet Bill Clinton, he goes and their silence speaks volumes. Steve, you notice, with all the hatred that Bill Clinton and Hillary have for Donald Trump, you know damn well that they would love to chime in and jump on the bandwagon, but they can't say nothing because Bill Clinton, the Slick Willie, is guilty. He's probably the most guilty of anybody on that damn list, and that's why they're so quiet right now, Hillary and Bill, because they know if they don't want to draw no attention to them, because they know that Slick Willie is should be behind bars as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of other people concerned. It just disgusts me, Steve, at the way that these people they have one agenda. It doesn't matter. Donald Trump can sign all the deals he want to sign. He can sign all the peace treaties he want to sign with Russia and Ukraine and Israel and any other country you want to name. He can close the border down. He can make the streets safe again. He can help bring jobs back to America. He can do the whole deal, but they still want him out of the White House. No matter what he does, they want him out, and they think they got something right now with this Epstein file. And as soon as Monday morning comes, you watch tomorrow morning, they're not going to talk about the deal that he just signed today. That's why he should have held off on that. That's why he should have held that news conference today on Monday instead of holding it yesterday. He should have waited until today to do that news conference over in Scotland to announce that deal. Because I guarantee you, first thing tomorrow morning at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, you turn on MSNBC or CNN, they're not going to be talking about that deal he made in Scotland yesterday, Steve. They're going to be talking about the Epstein file. Why is Donald Trump not releasing the files? Why is Donald Trump not cooperating? So at this point, Steve, let me say this right quick before I hang with you. The only way to make this thing go away, and hopefully Donald Trump will do this. This will be the smart thing. The next time one of those bogus fake reporters, such as Jake Tapper and anybody associated with CNN, asked him a question about Epstein, he said, talk to my lawyer, just like they do what other people say. I have no comment at this time. This is a pending case. Talk to my lawyer if you want questions, and move on to the next subject. The more he says about Epstein, the more these losers are going to bring it up. So at this point, Donald Trump needs to play dumb and say, hey, talk to my lawyer if you got any more questions. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Thank you very much. And yes, the whole premise of possibly pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. As Eagle said, that would just be also Trump's administration sat down behind closed doors with her and they cut a deal, right? Of course, the big question, as we've been hearing in the news break, can she be trusted to be telling the truth about anything is the biggest question. But they did offer the limited immunity to get her testimony. And what's amazing to me is, as long and protracted as this whole Epstein thing has been, supposedly no one from the government's actually ever asked to sit down and have her answer any questions until now. Now, her convictions, 5 counts related to the sex trafficking, is unaffected by this whole setting down over the weekend, but giving her the limited immunity allowed her to testify freely without the concern that her testimony could be used against her in the future. I mean, she's, as we know, sentenced to 20 years in prison. A recent appeal of that sentence has been rejected. However, the Department of Justice, now interested after she offered to speak with them following the determination that there was no client list maintained by Epstein. No one from the government has ever asked her to share what she knows. She remains the only person to be jailed in connection to Epstein, and she would welcome the chance to tell the American public the truth, according to someone, I guess one of her representatives, welcoming the chance to sit in front of Congress and tell her story. While that congressional testimony has not been put on the table, it was reported that Maxwell and Blanche had spoke over the weekend 9 hours in total. Now, she's back in the Florida federal prison, and when she re-entered the prison carrying a, quote, mysterious box with her, I guess it's the Deputy Attorney General, right? Blanche, who said Maxwell has information about anyone who's committed crimes against victims, that the FBI and the Department of Justice would like to hear what she has to say. Adding that the president has told us to release all credible evidence. So 6 hours, she talked on Wednesday, then back for 3 hours on Thursday. Her attorney said she didn't hold anything back. There have been no asks and no promises. However, he did not say whether she had provided any incriminating information. We haven't asked for anything, he says. This is not a situation where we're asking for anything in return for testimony or anything like that. Of course, everybody knows Ms. Maxwell would welcome any kind of relief. As for what we'll find out, Blanche said in between the two meetings that we would find out eventually, but not quite yet. The Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time. And Maxwell's attorneys weren't talking either. So on and on we go, right? Just another day in paradise. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Hello, Mr. Steve Summers. Steve and I are both kicked off at Donald Trump because he didn't carry us to Scotland with him there. So, forward Air Force One there. So I'll be mad at him for not taking me and you both there. How about that?
I'd like to play a round of golf in Scotland.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, especially riding Air Force One all the way over there for free, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, I hope they partner just so to pick all them people off that don't like Donald Trump there. So, Believe me, if Donald Trump's name was on that plane list in any incriminating way, they would have put it out there already under
a
Joe
long
Biden,
time ago.
and Kamala Harris would have been our president, right?
Yep, 100%.
Yep. They're just blowing smoke. I don't care what they got to say there. So anyway, simplified shout out to Truck and Fuel, Captain Ron, Steve Sommers, and to that world famous bull hauler one more time, eh? Y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products. You can get them online. You can get them through the dealer network, Amazon, Truck Stops. Did I miss any one of them?
No, sir.
All right. Y'all especially buy some of that Steve Sommers over in that drive product. And you ladies buy them T-shirts because that's what I like, seeing his name up there in the bright lights there. All right, Mr. Steve Sommers, have a great day, buddy. It's been a good show. I'm about 40 minutes away from my destination down here in South Florida, so I'm going to keep right on trucking until I get there, and then hopefully I can get me a little nap in. Old man, middle of the night nap. I'm ready for one.
Well, Truck and Phil said Semper Fi to you as well there. Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable. I got a 35% chance of rain today, warming up to 89 for a high at Fort Wayne. A high of 93 in Newaygo, Michigan. Another warm one. Roll on, Knucklebuster, as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back once again. Have a great week, everyone. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Oh, it's the kind of thing that conspiracy theorists love. And it's getting all kind of attention via social media. Hear about this alien spacecraft, according to the reports, that may actually attack planet Earth come November. Now, how the hell would they know that? November. That's the first thing that says it's a bunch of BS. But what are the reports? Let's see. New York Post. says it's probably nothing. Emphasizing probe. The newly discovered Manhattan-sized interstellar object zooming through our solar system has been identified as a comet. But two Harvard scientists argue there's reason to believe it's really an alien probe. NASA discovered 31 Atlas on July 1, speeding through the inner solar system at 140,000 miles per hour, according to observations from the Atlas telescope in Chile. Experts are clueless as to where it originated. Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb suggests in a new paper that the object, only the third interstellar object ever detected, could be an intelligently directed alien craft observing Earth with possible hostile intentions. The trajectory of 31 Atlas, which passes right through the interior solar system and will end up passing Jupiter. The hypothesis in question is that 31 Atlas is a technological artifact and furthermore has active intelligence. If this is the case, then two possibilities follow, according to the scientific paper published July 17. First, that its intentions are entirely benign. Second, they are malign. The experts opined, suggesting extraterrestrials. They presented several anomalous characteristics which would indicate, or could, that it's not a comet at all, but instead a directed craft. One of the most puzzling observations is the object has significant non-gravitational acceleration, whilst having now cometary outgassing. 31 Atlas's low retrograde tilt, which seemingly allow it to access our planet with relative impunity. Retrograde tilt means attempts by humanity to intercept it, or even more difficult, rendezvous with it, is extremely challenging, while the route simultaneously gives 31 Atlas easy access to certain key target planets. So says their hypothesis. Further suggesting the tilt and pathway could allow the intelligent life on the object to gather astrometric measurements to determine the orbits and masses of the solar system planets, allowing it to prepare an optimal approach strategy to the solar system. Another possible smoking gun is 31 Atlas will come closest to the sun on October 29, on which day the object will be completely blocked from Earth's view by the sun. This is all presented as part of a pedagogical experiment. All right. They believe there's intelligent life out there, and they may actually view us, Earthlings, as a threat that need to be stuffed out. It's science fiction movies for real, but for them to come out and say, we think it may be preparing for an attack somewhere between Halloween and Thanksgiving. So that's what they're saying. Gotta love it. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Steve Sommers, all the listeners out there. Yeah, the weekend went by too fast, as usual. But it was quiet and relaxing. That's how we like them. Coffee's hot. Pickup is started. Time to head back into town. We got to get the new week started here. Everyone enjoy. Let me see here. Who else? Pappy said, remember I told you about those king for a day meetings between suspects, their attorneys, and prosecutors? Yeah, a deal where they tell us, we won't charge you. Well, this is kind of a Queen for a Day meeting between the Department of Justice and Maxwell. If her testimony in Queen for a Day leads to several other convictions and other suspects, should she be pardoned, is the question. All right, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers across the country continue to call for transparency regarding the Jeffrey Epstein files. In an interview with ABC's This Week, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says it's time for these files to come to the light.
I think at this point, though, what the American people desperately need is for all of the evidence and the files to come out.
The California Democrat was joined by Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky in co-sponsoring a bill that would force a House vote to release the Epstein files. President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today.
Israel Defense Forces announced today they are starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And then there's the autonomous trucks. As we continue to watch efforts to implement autonomous vehicles more and more, an interesting report as to where does safety factor in. Missy Cummins is director of the Autonomy and Robotics Center at George Mason University. She joined the folks at OOIDA to talk about the topic. And she says, if not designed correctly, automation or autonomy can lead to some catastrophic events. While I was a fighter pilot in the 1990s and working with some of the most advanced automation, there was a problem with mode confusion at the time. Her recent research taking aim at claims by the autonomous vehicle developer Waymo in particular, which has said their vehicles are safer than human drivers. I wanted to take a fresh look at the data that was coming to light through the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the California Waymo program. When you look at the data, it's actually quite clear that Waymo's claims are not true. They are more on par with rideshare drivers who are having accidents 4 to 6 times more often than your average driver. That is pretty concerning. But that's not a direct, fair comparison. Waymo uses remote operators, unlike the average driver, so it's not really fair to compare. I wanted people to understand we should not start making those sort of comparisons because they're not the same. On any given month, Waymo is experiencing almost 2 times more rear-end collisions than your average driver. It's quite clear there's a problem in self-driving cars with the computer vision system. Even with their augmented sensors like LiDAR, they will see things that aren't there. This causes aggressive hard braking maneuvers, much harder than your average driver is making. It's one thing for a Toyota Sentra to slam on its brakes going 65 miles per hour, but it's completely different for a tractor-trailer to do that. If we can't figure out how to address the phantom braking problem, self-driving trucking is dead on arrival. Artificial intelligence is not reasoning or thinking like a human, she adds. This is why you see videos of driverless vehicles going the wrong way down the street. They struggle to get out of the situation they're in. Fortunately, these types of instances are happening at lower rates than things like phantom braking. But she said the goal for her research is to find the sources of the problems and try to find solutions. When the training models are developed, human annotators will typically cut off the tip so the true shape does not get learned. The jury is still out on how much we can improve the training, or are we just going to have to use different kind of sensors? It's hard to make these technologies scale to operate at low and high speeds. I think Waymo has done a good job of showing how operations can be conducted, particularly in suburban speeds. I don't want to take away from them, but it's not clear that their solution is going to scale when it comes to highway speeds. And she pointed to the situation with Aurora's autonomous vehicle rollout as evidence that they failed. The Aurora failed rollout is exactly what we're talking about. I'd like to see the technology succeed. I run a robotics lab. I'm here to make the technology work. It's not clear the theoretical underpinnings are going to work if we can't make sure these vehicles detect object problems at highway speed and act accordingly. Self-driving trucking is never going to work. It's also going to severely limit self-driving cars, she says. Hey, good morning, Grump. What's happening?
No, not much. Yeah, I'd really like to throat punch a few of them geniuses that come up with this self-driving crap. And even with this collision avoidance stuff that's on trucks, like what's on mine, that I pulled all the fuses and beat it with a hammer. You can't shut the damn stuff off. You own the truck, and if there's a problem with it, they want you to fix it. They said, well, it's for your safety. All right, why in the hell is it picking up a sign on the side of the road and jamming the brakes on? It tells me that this thing wasn't ready for prime time.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand. I think we ought to get a OIDA or to get a class, and I'm going to talk to them about getting a class action lawsuit against Daimler, Chrysler, and other places, other people that has these damn things on their trucks and stuff, because you can order trucks without it. They said, well, that's your choice. You can order it without it. Well, then why in hell can't I shut it off? That's your choice then, right? They say, well, we just don't want you shutting it off. So it's fine. I was over at the shop getting some work done on my truck, pulled the fuses out of it, walked around there with a big ass hammer and smashed it. So it's no longer worky. But let's jump into this Epstein stuff here just for a brief second, because that's about all I care about, that crap. How in the hell are they going to verify anything that she says? They have no way other than putting that woman in a room and letting her talk and spill her guts and every damn thing else. They have no way of going back on an independent investigation on that, because everything's tied up in court, right now, in litigation and all this other stuff. Even after his death, it's still, what's going to happen to all the Epstein Island and all the rest of this garbage. So why are they even doing this? I just can't for the life of me understand why in the hell we're wasting money talking to this lady who supposedly took kids, on these little tours here and whatever. And, why are we, put her ass back in prison and bury it. I don't care. He's dead. Good. That's a plus, I don't know, man, but it just...
Well, pretty much, everything that she said in the testimony, the 9 hours, went on to ask her about 100 different people, but anything that she said would be considered hearsay in a court of law.
Yeah, it cannot be verified. They came right out and said there is no record of anyone attending Epstein, and there's probably a reason why that is, because he didn't want a client list, number one, because the clients didn't want their name anywhere. They didn't want to be associated with him. It was just, pick us up here with this Lolita Express or whatever the hell it is and, fly us out there, And Trump needs to just shut up about this and let it go. And, we got enough things going on in this country, by God, that he needs to concentrate on besides this crap. And if the Republicans think this is going to get them brownie points for the upcoming midterms, guess again, because nobody gives a rat's rear about this, Steve. It's just the way it is. But I don't know. But you was talking earlier about that. I listened to Pappy there talking about that guy jumping up in the air, coming down with an elbow on that old guy's head. I have a concealed carry permit, and when I'm out of my truck, I usually have have one close. Or if I'm at home, I always have one on me. I went to Walmart the other night, and Walmart on Friday night, they let these damn little brats in there. I call them brats. Hell, they're 17, anywhere from 15 up to 20 years old. They're in there running around, and it's all the thugs and the idiots. They come in and just kind of mill around in the damn store and mess with stuff and kind of harass people. They've had the cops there every night that I was there. I've been there twice in the last 3 weeks, I guess. And I don't visit that Walmart worth a damn, but the cops comes in and runs them off and stuff like that. And I'm standing there in line, with these, they had these shoppers that was there that they're the people that runs around and they get the Walmart to go crap, they take it out the curbside stuff. And I'm standing there waiting for this dude to move out of the way, and these two of these goofballs were standing behind me, and one, wearing their little hoodies and stuff like that. One of them said, "Well, shove his old ass out of the way," like that. And I turned around and said, "Whose old ass do you want to shove?" And he never said anything. I said, "I'll tell you what, little boy," I said, "you shove me and your damn hoodie better be made out of Kevlar." I said, "The hell with this." So they had the cops over there and stuff, and I don't know if what happened to it, but anyway, they run them off again, from now there. And I was talking to one of the associates in there, one of the upper people that does the night manager stuff. I said, "Well, it's a simple fix. Take their picture and ban their ass. Why do you guys keep letting these idiots in here to do what they've been doing, and just harassing people? They don't buy anything. They just walk up and down, mess with everything, and leave. It's like it's their little thing there, stuff. Well, until they really start bothering somebody." I said, "See, why are you blaming the kids for your mistakes? Because, when they first started coming in here starting trouble and, are out in the parking lot harassing people and playing their damn music so loud you can't walk through the parking lot without getting your eardrums blew out, you guys should have nipped that right then and there." I said, "What it's going to take is they're going to mess with somebody and they're going to shoot one of these damn kids. And then it's going to be Katie, bar the door." So I don't know, but that's just the way I look at it. And, two classes of people, as far as I'm concerned, Steve, that can't help themselves: kids and old people. They don't have the means to defend themselves. Now, I'm 65 years old, but you better believe I have the means to defend myself, by golly, and that I will not have somebody pushing me around. I mean, it ain't going to work. I'll take my chances with damn jury before I'll allow that to happen. But it's I don't know, man. I tell you, and he's talking about California a little bit earlier. I don't know why in the hell Wyatt and them don't get off their ass and put a lawsuit on them again, or why the federal government don't do it. It's clear that commerce is regulated by Congress, not by California, and not by the 10 other states that thinks that they can stop vehicles or demand that, for every 13 vehicles you buy, you have to buy an electric vehicle. Why don't they somebody hang a sign on their butt and say "Kiss here"? That's exactly what California needs. Just to flat ignore that crap. We have, it's guaranteed in the Constitution that we have free reign in the United States. We can travel in and out the several states. We don't need a passport. We don't need a damn thing. But yet California is sitting there saying that if your truck is not a certain year, you can't even pass through my state. You can't even go from Arizona up to Oregon if you want to go home in that state. You're going to have to go around because we won't allow it. Even though you're not laden, you're not under a load or anything else, they don't allow you to go through that state if you're not if you don't have their little sticker that they sell for $35. And that's another thing. They declined my truck, which I didn't give a rat's ass about, but they declined it. It's a 2022, and this engine is exactly what's in a 2025. I don't get it at all. And I brought it up, and the guy, and he was a super nice guy. He said, "You're preaching to the choir, buddy." He said, "I don't make the rules, but we gotta unfortunately enforce them." And I said, "Well, that's just the way California is, I guess." But when they quit. I don't know. I don't know why Arizona and Nevada and them don't set up a roadblock and just turn everything around that's coming out of California and saying your air is too damn clean. Go back. We want some dirty air coming in. Or something. Just make it a little tough on trucks and stuff coming out. But they did help out so many people in the ports and stuff like that, buying them trucks and things like that. With taxpayer money. I still don't understand that one. That to me, that was an abuse of taxpayer money. Businesses rise and fall on their own accord. They you either make it or you don't. If you can't afford to buy another truck, to conform to their damn way of life, then apparently, you're not making the kind of money that you think you should be making in California. Why should taxpayers have to kick in and buy these guys them trucks and stuff like that? Let them damn containers set on the docks for a little while, and California will welcome your old truck. But it's just, yeah, it's getting crazy, man. I tell you, the stupid stuff that they're pulling right now, it's just hard to believe. But no, I don't know, man. I you know, like I said, I just wish they'd all shut up about this damn Epstein stuff. And you know, as long as that's going on, you never hear anything about Ukraine anymore. You know, none of that. You know, you maybe in passing or something like that. They might mention how many people were killed or something like that. But it seems to me these damn Democrats are going crazy over nothing. You know, it just I'd make up a list and say, hey, this is what she said. You know, you're on it, you're on it, you're on it, and just see what the hell the Democrats do. They'd probably all, well, you know, I didn't think I was being on it, but yeah. You know, then they'd like her. You know, then they'd like Epstein and all that. It'd be like, yeah, I was on that list. I went to that island. You know, I just went there to see if it's, you know, because it was, you know, the ecology of it is something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, man. I tell you, I just listen to this, and then, you know, you see all the stuff that's happening right now with all the transportation bills and things that they're trying to get passed, and a lot of it I hope they do get passed. But you know, we didn't start having all the accidents and all the killing and everything else. I mean, you can't open Facebook up without seeing 3 or 4 truck crashes, you know, out here on the highway, and that's every day. You know, and there's usually a death involved in it and stuff like that. But you never had all this when people could control their own time just a little bit, when they could park and take a little break and rest before rush hour. You didn't have to get out here and run, you know, staring at that clock going, damn, am I going to make it to my safe haven or to my customer or what? You know, am I going to make it, you know, or am I going to be in violation? And I don't know. I've been in violation on mine, you know, a few times here, stuck in traffic, you know, and it just, you know, can't find parking, things like that. Hell, you pay for parking, you know, some of the reserved parking, you go to a TA or some of them and say, yeah, I've got reserved parking. Well, I don't have anybody to go out there and check and run anybody out of a spot, so you're just going to get your money back in the morning, you know, or something like that. You know, the last time that happened was over at Ohio, and I said, well, you're going to block off a fuel island then, because I bought a spot, and I don't give a rat's ass where it is. I'm going to go to bed. So, you know, it's just the way it is. But they, it happens more often than it should, and you know, why have reserved parking if they're not going to enforce it? You know, and they'll tell you, well, they don't guarantee you a spot. And I said, well, one thing they do guarantee you is that when you get there, they guarantee that there'll be an attendant come out and you know, give you your little thing and then help you back in, you know, to get you into your spot that you reserve. But you know, hell, if you ain't got people that working, you know, it's ridiculous. But you know, they're blaming everything on COVID. I stopped at 4 different places today, Steve, to get a trailer tire. 4 different places. No techs that can change the tire. I said, it don't take a damn tech to change the tire. Hell, if you got a monkey that can fly the freaking space shuttle, I'm sure you can get somebody to change the damn tire. I said, just get me the tire and let me use your bay. I'll change the damn thing. No, we can't do that. You know, we can't do that. It's, you know, it's just this craziness, and they sit there and go, well, you know, that's COVID. You know, that's what's, you know, still the effects of COVID. No, it's not. It damn sure isn't. You know, when you got technicians that are supposed that they want to hire into these shops and stuff like that and bring their $40,000 worth of tools with them, and then in their off time they want them cleaning showers and going around picking up trash, I'd tell them to kiss my ass. Look, I'd say, you know, I didn't hire on here to so they don't. What do? They go to OEMs and other places like that. They don't work in these damn truck stops anymore. I mean, most of it is a joke. You know, you can't hardly get a tire fixed. If you do, it's a 5-6 hour wait just for that. It's getting ridiculous, buddy. And I don't know where it ends, but
times are tough, right? Yeah, the techs, you know. Yeah, they said, well, that's not part of my job. You want me to do what? Clean the restrooms? So, Vic, what's going on this Monday?
Well, it's still kind of hot, and just the heat wave hit here. My air conditioner decided to go out, but I was going to do some work on it a year ago, and my dog kind of interrupted that. But it was kind of good to get back to, even if it was hot, working with tools, and I kind of like tearing things up in the process of quote unquote fixing them. But enough about that. But I was listening to Grump there. Actually, these kids have gotten to such a big problem that I believe Governor Braun is assembling a task force here in Indiana to see why all this violence is occurring among children, and the age keeps getting younger and younger and younger. So I don't know exactly what the whole particulars on that is, but it's pretty much a nationwide problem. And the big deal is a lot of adults use kids because they're juveniles, and they're not prosecuted as severely. And they just arrested a woman running a pickpocket scheme in like Walmart and other places, and she was training other people to do it. And of course, a pickpocket needs a distraction. So whether that's part of the scheme or not, I can't say. But real quick, this deal with Epstein, he traveled in the circle of the rich and powerful, the intelligence agencies, the armed merchants, and everything else. And there are black budgets in many of the defense and intelligence agencies. And I don't imagine that Maxwell even knew everything that was going on. And there are a lot of pictures of other people. And they say that what's called Epstein, that he had his island, and he had a ranch in New Mexico and another place somewhere. And supposedly he had videotaped all this, which are surveillance cameras, which kind of strikes me as odd, because most of the people that travels in the circles of intelligence and defense and everything, they're a little bit paranoid about being filmed when they're up to no good, unless there's somebody that I don't know, can take care of it, or if I felt they could. But to me, the bigger problem is instead of the Congress worrying about that, how many young children that came into this country illegally that they just lost track of it? It was some, was it 50,000? Pretty large amount, and they should be putting their efforts to that. And the whole, like I said the other night, they're putting too much emphasis on Tom Homan and everything else. And you got all these people running around on these immigrants saying, well, they're picking up this person and that person, and all, they're not really criminals. Well, within, and a lot of the USDA people that are working on farms and everything, USDA has a program where they actually pay for the housing of these immigrants, migrants, whatever you want to call them, and the government pays for all of that. So quite simply, USDA and their law enforcement capacity, which they do have one and they do carry weapons, they should just go to these farmers that say, we need this person or that person, been, you know, they've been with us for 20 or 30 years. Well, you know, show us a record and let's get through all the people that are here legally, kind of. And then once we know that the people that are here legally, legitimately working on actual farms and ranchers with produce and everything else, and not managing a pot farm for the cartels, you can kind of start to you can start to narrow the suspect that list down real quick, like. And the same with meat packing plants. There are programs for people that come here to work on a legitimate visa, and that should be a track record there. And if you can't find that track record in the person,
or to me, the easiest thing is just mandate that they use the E-Verify system that's been in existence for how long? How many years now? Simple as that. Hey, we were out of time. We closed things out here for the Monday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.